Okay, ladies and gentlemen, sirs and ma'ams, dudes and dames, welcome to the Pulverize Druid. Day 2. We've already, in day 1, in 5 hours, made it from level 1 to Torment 3. Pulverize Druid is truly illegal. Now what we're missing is all our glyphs to level 15 at least. They're 11, 11, 9, 1. Yeah, we still have to get some things lifted upwards. We're currently not doing Torment 4 yet. We're chilling around tier 50. We could probably do Torment 4 already, but that's not the point. We don't want to do Torment 4, right? We want to get our glyphs up, and then we are aiming for that. Turn the bear form on, get into Grizzly Rage, and then have your poison puddle outwards. It's just beautiful damage. Because say Pulverize is probably one of my favorite playstyles. As to the overpower, there's now also nasty poison damage added. Plus, we're permanently unstoppable, which is kind of like cool on top. I'm not actually sure if the Grizzly Rage makes us permanently unstoppable as well, because then I could take a different Uradric power, different Arcana. I do actually have to read that. Sometimes I forget the fine details of some things. You haven't played for a while with a druid. Okay, update the thumbnail, by the way. Updated the thumbnail for the druid. Yep. Today we're gonna push some reputation. We're gonna get another resplendent spark. We actually pulled an Air of Perdition out of our mythic items, so we could also rock an Air of Perdition if we wanted to. See. Have you tried the Arakaneth Awake unique boots for the boost to non-physical damage? For what? That boost to non-physical damage from Arakaneth Awake is an additive bonus. So additive bonus is generally always bad if you can take a multiplicative bonus. Especially since on my boots, I'm running the Pulverize aspect that gives me cooldown reduction. That cooldown reduction is somewhat needed to always have your Grizzly Rage up. Like, you never want to get into the situation where Grizzly Rage is not up. Like, right now, without the tempers, I am looking good in a pit clear, but in a boss fight, it looks a bit different, right? In a boss fight, I might actually run out of the Grizzly Rage. So you kind of do want to have that bonus cooldown reduction as... Well, the Grizzly Rage is the mandatory piece that makes you go really crazy, as it increases your critical strike damage by 100%. To power set out, we can talk about it in a second. Let me finish this pit really quickly, and with really quickly I mean below 3 minutes. For 5-hour-old character, I feel pretty good. Puddle poop. Where's your rage? So like in this fight, I need to have this up where I'm just not dealing any damage. Need to get our overpower glyph, as we don't have that yet. Sadly. But I finally got the tempers, so we can actually go temper things. So let's get outmatch to 15. Let's get spirit to 15. Oh, wow. I actually made a mistake. Oops. Had the Urn of Strong Rooms running, and I forget to put it in the Urn of Glyphs again. Yikes. But now with these two glyphs, 15, we at least have a slightly bigger radius that I can now also take more dexterity again, because this is all my crit damage, and we obviously need to take as much dexterity as possible. So my power setup is currently Disintegrate, because Disintegrate is obviously insane, right? Like, it's so easy to trigger, and I like it. Then we are also using the Invoke your Catalyst to Ground Unstoppable, bonus resource generation, and also vulnerable, as I don't have another source of vulnerable. Now, I think shapeshift into an unstoppable werebear. Okay, so you are unstoppable. That means I don't need a Tranquil Stone. So we got vulnerable. We got currently the bonus resource. I could probably take the Execute. The Execute would probably be one of the better choices here, right? I'm just trying to think about if there anything is better. Like, I could potentially just get a barrier, but I don't need a barrier. That being said, I will have a lot of life down the line, so barrier could be nice. Is the size increase good of your power, Blood Reaper? First, thank you for making another time. Chicken also, howdy. The size increase is good depending on what you play. Astral Pillar, size increase, nice. Propulsion, size increase, nice. For Disintegrate, I never felt the reason to actually play size increase. So is the size increase good? Yes, depending on the power you play. So it's a yes, but. Pretty much. Leo, thank you for the Prime Gaming subscription. Leo, good to see you there. Welcome to the Knights of the Round Stable another time. Hope you're doing well, partner. Let's get this bad boy all the way to pid 80 or 90 today. I think that should be possible. That we then can tomorrow start with Spiritborn or Sork. I'm actually going to let YouTube vote on that one. Put down a little vote here. Where you been? I've been here every single day. Where have you been, Sir Brahim? Always confused because I'm there. Where are you? Making poison puddles. Making poison puddles. I'm like, playing Pulverize Druid is like playing a little child. You're making puddles and then you puddle stomp. Puddle stomp. Puddle stomp. And still try to get another Insatiable Fury. Whenever I use Grizzly Rage, my Cyclone armor doesn't change to the Shout. Huh. 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 But it should. But it should. There's no reason it wouldn't. So that today we can pick up rings as well, Chad. I don't know if you're also struggling with this, but I am not getting rings. In any capacity. And I've been trying, Chad. I've been trying to get rings. But there's no tomorrow. It just makes the slot empty. Huh. That's plenty weird. Should definitely not happen. What's your favorite class, Blood Reaper? I do like Necromancer the most for the build variety. Also, I just like to play with the dead. You know how it is? Sometimes you just gotta commit to your fetishes. But honestly, I enjoy every class in Diablo. The advantage of the game is, so if you compare Diablo to Path of Exile, right? Knowing everything about every class in Path of Exile is not gonna happen, right? You can get like a basic understanding of every class in Path of Exile, kinda, but knowing like everything, like really in-depth, super duper flooper knowledge, nah. But in Diablo, it's a bit different, right? If you want to get proficient at every single class in Diablo, that's actually possible. Because the game has a more shallow way of doing things. But that allows you also to enjoy more things in depth, right? So I can actually, in Diablo, be very good with every single class and make very good builds with every single class. Despite not being like the super Sork expert, but yet still I can make a very good Sork build. Because the knowledge translates really good between the classes, right? Well, that was a 5 billion hit. Cool. That was sadly for my last wave, not for myself. I do only do 200 million right now. Is the season fun, Peso? The builds are really cool this season. I truly do enjoy them. Also, the Nightmare Dungeon escalation is kind of nice because the Nightmare Dungeon escalation has me consistently be Opticide up like crazy. So like before, it was always a bit of a forced farm. Like you want to masterwork something and you were like, oh man, I gotta do some Infernal Hordes now. But this time, the whole progress has come way more natural. Like I reached level 60. I made my way to Torment 4. On my way to Torment 4, I did specific activities, and suddenly I had everything I needed. But if I was just out there to beat the seasonal journey, this season would have probably presented you with the most smooth seasonal journey ever through the game. Getting loot, oh, getting runes is way better. I actually myself got 6 legendary runes already. I still don't have the legendary rune I need, correct? But I get 6 already. That's crazy considering last season where I was like, I had to ask Neil, right? I had to ask one of our community members, hey Neil, do you have the rest of the runes for me? Because I didn't. That's kind of interesting. Okay, we get these also almost to 15, so one more pit and we're good. Hazel, you want to check out the seasonal journey? Honestly, do this, do the seasonal quests, do the standard activities, get your powers, do the Nightmare Dungeon escalations. Then as soon as you get Torment, you suddenly can masterwork. It's pretty decent. Are you planning to update your Season 7 Reign of Eros rogue build? I'm not sure if we're playing Reign of Eros, Muju. It might be that we try out the new Death Trap rogue, because Death Trap rogue, the new Penetrating Shot rogue, because the new Penetrating Shot rogue has a cool item. It's called Azure Wrath. And Azure Wrath actually scaled, like it has frost damage, lucky hit chance proc, but that frost damage, lucky hit chance proc scales tremendously with attack speed. For some reason, attack speed actually makes it stronger. So I am considering, since I got one with greater affixes, if that shouldn't be the build I should try out. You know, like I have it now, so I might as well try to make the best of use of it, right? And go like full cool cold damage, and then use all the cold damage, like bonus damage that rogue has, and then go absolutely bonkers. You might actually be able to use that for a Heartseeker build as well. Not entirely sure if we could maybe see the return of the Heartseeker. That would be kind of cool. I need the rune Ahu. Yeah, I haven't seen Ahu as well. Does this build take a while to set up, Seahawk? I started with this build level 1 yesterday on our level speed run. It took me 3 hours and 30 minutes to level up. From level 15 on, you're infinite resource-wise. Then I went into Torment 1, got myself a Rotten Lightbringer, and pretty much instantly jumped into Torment 3. So is this build hard to set up? Not at all. Is this build very easy to play? Yes, absolutely. Do you have to look out for some cool items? Yes. I mean, you have to get a Lightbringer, Insatiable Fury. You could play a Godslayer Crown if you then so wish to. It's good for cooldown reduction. But we could also go for the Ear of Perdition alternative. And here we are, just bearing away already. Bearing away. You get a 3G Azure Wrath, well then you might be good for Penetrating Shot rogue, sir. Or any kind of lucky hit chance based rogue with a lot of attack speed. I'm almost happy that I could do this in 2 minutes here. I mean, we're definitely ready for Torment 4 already from a damage perspective. We're doing hundreds of millions, but we're still not like... not doing it regular enough that I just feel I want to swap over to Torment 4, right? I just want to do my temper 4 times, and then we're happy to go. And I also want to find the Overpower rune. I don't have the Dominate glyph, right? Crazy. I got Belzins before I get off today, which made you happy. Congratulations. Belzins Max Ladle is such a good go. I mean, I'm still not sure if I want to do Sork or Spiritborn before. But what do you think? Like, what's more fun? What's going to be more interesting to play? What do you think the people want to see more? Sork or Spiritborn? Spirit Glyph. Baria away. I see what you did there. I totally did that intentionally. Don't suck at pronouncing Baria. Arcade Sork. Sork is definitely one of my favorites that I have on the list. Okay, let's do the Lady of the Helltide, and then we're gonna hopefully get the glyph. Any tips if you tried to make your own build first time and don't follow a guide? Any tips if you feel overwhelmed by Paragon board and which stats and builds to use? Let me Zoror. See if I can find you the video. So here, this is called Do This First, Paragon 101. It's called Perfect Paragon Passing and Easy Glyph Upgrades. It's from Season 7. But this video pretty much explains how you should pass through the Paragon board. Okay, it's on the channel. You can just Google it. It explains how you should pass through the Paragon boards if you're trying to make your own builds. What are you actually doing? What are you looking out for? Which steps to take? Generally speaking, when you're making your own builds, you have to look at what skill do you want to use. So let me give you the example of this now. So I want to use Pulverize. Pulverize is an overpower skill. So I pretty much go into my skill tree. I go for the keyword overpower right here. And I check everything that has to do with overpower, right? How could I integrate that into my build? Then the same you do with your aspects. You're like, which aspects synergize with Pulverize? And you find stuff like damage while fortified, because you're always fortified. You find stuff like doing an aftershock on the Pulverize, right? You find the Rotten Lightbringer because there's a unique that works with it, and so on. Right? And the Paragon board, you gotta find out which board would multiply my damage up. Like Earth and Devastation works with Earth skills. Pulverize is an Earth skill. Rampaging Werebear works with bear skill thingies because I'm a bear. And like this is how you step by step slowly piece it together and see like where it goes. And then there's a bit of trial and error, mix and match, and experience with the whole topic, and you're slowly getting there. Do you have any tips for survivability in the Torment tiers when you're maxed out? So if you feel like you can't survive in the Torment tier well enough, you need more damage reduction. The question is, do you have any damage reduction? I don't know what class you play. Necromancer has some damage reduction in the Paragon boards, for example. Take every piece you can get. Then you also have, like, on the Druid, I have a lot of damage reduction from the Paragon board. You get to take damage reduction from your skill tree, wherever it's possible, and that kind of stuff. So damage reduction is king. And then you can also try to add barrier. For example, over here, the powers, where you get the, it's on Murky Accents, the Bottled Wind. But that's barrier because it's like based on max life. And you obviously need to have a certain amount of max life as well. Because if you have no life and you have no barrier, no matter how much armor you have, armor only reduces that much damage, right? Armor only is, 85% damage reduction, right? The problem is 85 damage reduction. Like if your enemy does like 100,000 damage per hit, and you reduce that by 85%, there is still enough damage left to actually kill you. So you need to then look for how do I get more? Does that make sense? And that's where then damage reduction pretty much come in, like that you stack it on top what you're actually doing anyways. Yeah. That's kind of how that goes. I think damage reduction is the most underestimated thing because you feel like you don't need it. But even 20% damage reduction, that's damage reduction on top of your all damage reduction. So actual damage reduction has nothing to do with your armor damage reduction. So your armor damage reduction is just there. Your resistances are just there. They're being calculated. But then on top of your resistances and your armor, then the actual that's where the actual damage reduction then comes on top, right? So every damage that's left, every reduced damage that's left, like the 10,000 damage the enemy would still deal to you, that will kill you because you have 8,000 life, that gets then reduced by the actual damage reduction. And that's why you want to have damage reduction, right? Does that make sense? The strongest character class in the game as of right now should be Spiritborn this season. I need to check, like, the problem is the whole list is a bit skewed by the Sorceress buff. So I'm not sure how strong Sorceress currently is without the bug. Because, like, all the clears I've seen have been bug clears. So I'm not sure, like, where we're standing there on the Sorceress side, okay? Generally speaking, Spiritborn is very strong this season. So if you like to play Spiritborn, you're good off. Fairy, good to see you there. Howdy. Fairy, you were coming to Gamescom, right? Were you? No, wait. You had family vacation? Shit, I forgot. One of the two things I remember. Disneyland, exactly. Family vacations. Yeah, I had it. Remember last moment. Sorkbug how? Aspect of elements, then Smoldering Ember, Infusion, and the Enlightenment key passive leads to infinite damage scaling, which is obviously unhealthy for the game and shouldn't exist because infinite damage scaling is never good. But it also skews any feeling of how strong anything really is at the moment. Maybe next summer holiday, how much, Ferry, might I ask how much you're paying for like a Disneyland trip with the family? Because we definitely have that on the agenda too. Not this year, definitely not this year after building the garden. But I really want to be able to do that with the children too. I mean, now that they're a bit older and they understand a bit more, I think they would love Disneyland to death, right? To meet all their Disney princesses and so on. Two days, one night, both parks for $9.50. 5 people? Well, it's okay. I mean, you need to do 2 days because else that's wasted. Like, you're not going to Disneyland for 1 day, right? Yeah, it's okay. It's like right? Like, it's not something you do every year, but it's fine. Like, I know exactly what you're saying. Like, yeah, it's 1K, but for 5 people. I gotta wait next year to maybe get like a super deal and then try to find a good day. Disney Anaheim is fun. It's the original park as well. That's good to know. I mean, we got pretty much Disneyland Paris here for us Europeans. That's the one you go for. I don't actually know where the other, like, if there's any other European Disneyland. Someone fill me in if I'm unknowledgeable. Ever checked out all the European Disneyland locations? It's not bad at all for 5 people. Yeah, I've seen people post like American Disneyland trips like on TikTok, right? People go like to American Disneyland and they're like, hey, so we're budgeting for our 2-day Disneyland trip and it's like $6,000 and you're just like, okay, how about fuck no? 1 week in Disneyland? What, 1 weekend or 1 whole week with 8K? I mean, 1 whole week, 8K, I could see that. But I'm not sure if that would be like too much Disneyland for me, right? I like after 2 days, I'm done. Yeah, I've seen that. Like, I sometimes you watch these Disneyland vacation videos from America, and they're like, okay, the whole trip and tickets, $2,000, food, $2,000, hotel, $2,000. You're like, what the fuck? What are you doing with your money, sir? Like, maybe you shouldn't go for that trip. Because they're buying everything at every store. Yeah, I mean, I'm like we were yesterday. We were last year at a amusement park, very good amusement park in Belgium or Netherlands, one of the two. It was really cool, and they had ginormous unicorn stuffed pets in their merch store. And my children went in that merch store and started hugging giant unicorn stuffed pets. So obviously we bought giant unicorn stuffed pets. But obviously we don't do that every time, because then I would have a whole plethora of stuffed pets at home that no one needs anymore. It wasn't Plops under Efteling. What was the thing called? Oh, the Toverland. Was it the Toverland? It was very good. Yeah, it was Toverland, I think. In Limburg. Yeah, exactly. That was S tier. Like, literally S tier for children. Like, you know, there's some amusement parks where adults go to. Does that make sense? Because they have a lot of adult attractions. Like, we in Germany have something called the Phantasialand. It's very, very popular. And it's like one where a lot of young adults and adults go into. Like, from 12 plus, everyone wants to go there. So it's like always jam-packed. But the other amusement park we went to was like pretty much, it had a lot of things for kids 10 below, and it had barely any stuff for actual adults. So really only families with like smaller kids go there. But that means the adult attractions are very underused. Like they had one thing called the Phoenix, where you sit in the wings of a roller coaster, and like your feet are hanging free. But I could just run like this, you know. It was a normal day, and there was no queue for the adults. I could just, you know, I could ride and then run around and ride again. Like I put my, like, the children were on a like a little carousel, and I just went like, oh, it's cool. Joker, good to see you there. I said that kids have spending budget in Disney. They can each spend a total of 150 euro on stuff they want, but then if it's spent, they won't get any more money. Oh, that's a reasonable approach, sir. And obviously, there will be some fancy stuff they will want to buy. Okay, we need to get better rings today, chat. My rings are absolutely disgraced, and I still don't have an amulet. I don't know. Is it this season impossible to get amulets, or is it just me? Because I don't seem to be able to get one.
I forged more than horseshoes and nails. What you need?
I'm not going to do Endaria. What did I want it to do to get a ring? I wanted to maybe blast one more Nightmare Dungeon escalation. We need to kill some more... We need to kill some more... What is he called again? Big boy guys? We need to put on some random... Travel 5 meters. Get more crit. Kill some more Belials. Trying to get myself another better running Lightbringer. Which amulet are you after? Any amulet. Sir, I'm talking about any amulet. I'm not talking about a special one. A specific. I just want a greater affixed amulet. I don't have a greater affixed amulet. Like this is like a 750 item power amulet right now. So I'm not talking about a specific one, right? Just that. Just give me a greater affix, please. I always feel like I'm getting not as much fortify as I want with the bear druid here right now. Oh, I can do it before he poops. It's like I don't actually have to run. I could just kill him. What else have you done so far? We've done Necromancer and now the druid. Au revoir. So we have done the Necromancer. Now we're doing the druid. Next is either Spiritborn or Sork. I haven't decided on that yet. Also trying to get a Vasili's Prayer with a greater affix to willpower. If you could get that, I wouldn't complain. Poison puddles, poison puddles, poison puddles, poison puddles. Give me Grizzly Rage so I can do more damage. Careful now. I always forget to move. You get like Complacken, right? You just start doing the damage and then you just don't want to move anymore because you got it already. You need to make more poison puddles. I'm trying to get back into things since launch, but there's so much I don't know what to do. Do you have a video getting back into content? We have a beginner's guide from last year where we kind of have everything wrapped up again. But if you're trying to get back in, you'll have to contend with all the new changes that the seasons have brought, especially like what now's like what the update has brought with season 6, because that was the expansion, and the expansion obviously changed everything in the game, right? So it ain't the same anymore. I wonder if the Vasili's Prayer would be better than a Godslayer Crown. What do you think, guys? It's cooldown reduction, and it's that 60% bonus damage. But I feel like Vasili's Prayer with another 23% willpower might in the long run turn out to be better. Because if I need to pull things together, I could also just use runes and like the Rune of Vortex, for example. I just don't see where I would need that. Me and the wife also want to spend some money on cool Disney props. Yeah, no, I'm not buying anything. Things get always lost when I get things, right? So I have like these, I get fancy stuff from developers. Like I have this soulstone, but I'm gonna be honest, I'm the worst possible person with this kind of stuff because I don't appreciate it. Like I find it cool that I have it, but I might as well just like at some point put it away because it's just standing around, you know? Like, oh yeah, nice. I don't appreciate these enough. The emerald is impossible to find with Geon and Venom. Does the percentage of unique legendaries remain the same also in tier 3? The unique legendaries, so you get tons of unique legendaries tier 3 as tier 4. The only difference between tier 3 and tier 4 is that in tier 4 you get an item more, or 2 items more. Really, how's it going? Very good. We're having our good share of fun. We're trying to get a Rotten Lightbringer. That's a bit better than the current one I have. I actually want one with a willpower bonus, like another 60% willpower bonus. But for the love of God, I can't find that. So I am trying to get that one together, but we don't seem to be able to find that. Come on, you can do it without running over. You couldn't because you were not critting. Good. Would it be crazy to try and Boulder Druid this season? No, you would not be crazy. But Boulder Druid did get buffed and nerfed at the same time. So it gets significant buffs in general. Oh! Don't mind if I do. Second Andariel's Visage Chan. Yeah. Andariel's Visage is actually 45% attack speed. Might be worth considering. Like, because you're also making more poison puddles, right? I don't think Andariel's Visage is in any way good for this build. Like, 20% chance to trigger Poison Nova that applies poison effect. But technically, you're doing poison over time. And technically, you... I mean, maybe? You know? I mean, that's my second Visage here. We have one Visage already, and we have a second Visage. We could put it on instead of the other helmet here. So I would like to temper the attack speed, I guess. No life on head. I'd like to temper the attack speed. As I set the attack speed. Yeah, thank you for listening. Like, this is so cool of you to temper the attack speed. Wow, like, wow, I don't want to temper the attack speed. Yeah, like, I want to temper everything but the attack speed. I would like to temper poison resistance. Poison resistance would be fantastic. No? This is probably the worst part of Diablo right now, as it's not even fun to do this, right? It's like there's just no joy in this moment where you're hammering your mouse against it and you're just asking yourself, what am I doing here with my time? Right? Skeleton Mage Necro is brilliant. So technically I have my Andariel's Visage. Because I am doing poison poops. I might as well do some more poison poops. Let's do before these days. Good enough to buy the X packs if I haven't played since launch. If you haven't played since launch, you should absolutely buy the expansion. Play the campaign. But play the campaign and take your time. Alone for that, you're going to love it. Because the campaign was really fun in the expansion. Oh, look at the attack speed now, chat. Look at the attack speed. Dude. Well, alone for that 45% attack speed, it was worth it. Don't care if I'm actually, like, proccing a poison aura, right? Just give me attack speed. I don't even know what the lucky hit chance of Pulverize is, if there's any, you know? Well, what I want to know is, are my poison puddles also proccing like the poison aura when they hit? So yeah, I think the X-Pack, like if you haven't played since launch, is definitely, you're gonna have your good share of time. The bear will make arty noises whenever he hits. It's like, wow, 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 wow. It just doesn't stop there. I recently had an AI. So it was like, sometimes TikTok is full of gems, right? So someone is doing Arnold AI voice covers of popular songs. And I think he did Wonderwall, but Arnold singing it. It's quite amusing. Now, the things AI is good for. Oh, we almost did it in 2 minutes, chat. How does the Endariel's aura look when it procs? Because I don't actually know if we're proccing at single time. Chat, how does that look when it procs? 20% chance. I have a 29% lucky hit. So my lucky hit to actually proc that is below non-existent, right? Still don't have the Dominate glyph. Still don't have the Dominate glyph. Spirit is being leveled up. I need the build, please. It's in the description of the YouTube video. I'm still considering, like, I think I'm going to keep the Endurance Visage right now because why not? Correct? Right? It's a simple, why wouldn't I keep this right now? But I don't think it's good. Like, if I get more attack speed, obviously we'll consider changing things, right? But I have no attack speed stuff. I mean, even these gloves, look at that. I had to temper the maximum life because, yeah, weirdness.
What's left, you ask?
Here, by the way, this is the Azure Wrath I'm talking about. Like, it's attack speed, all stats, and lucky hit chance for cold damage. And if you have a greater affix for the cold damage, it might actually be worth it to be used. So we just cleared Torment 4, huh? Means I gotta swap over to Torment 4 now. And I knew that I could do Torment 4, but I still had to, like, kind of do it. Let's try to get an Undercity run. With all the attack speed we have right now. I think we're officially now the Cocaine Bear, chat. By the way, have you seen this skin here? It's called the Wraith Guard. I wasn't aware that this one actually exists, but holy hell. I requested in-game credits from Blizzard, chat. I need this in my life. Why does Druid just have such a hard bundle? Will there be a build for Summoner Archmage on Mythical Gear? No, because Mythical Gear is really harsh to get. I don't add Mythical Gear to my builds, just FYI. That being said, you can add Shroud of False Death and the Air of Perdition. Const. Those are the two items you could add. By the way, I was lucky this morning, ladies and gentlemen. Air of Perdition also pulled out of my butthole. But yeah, my builds are not ever running mythicals. But if you want to run mythicals yourself, you can just add them to the build. And I won't hold you away from that. But you understand when I say, like, I don't use mythics, right? Unless there's a very, very funny reason, like the one we have here right now, to actually use them. By the way, chat, have you already finished your reputation? I tested the reputation grind today. I did a 6-wave Infernal Horde, right? And I got 1,000 reputation from one 6-wave Infernal Horde. Can you believe that? That was crazy. Not 1,000, 100,000. Sorry, did I say 100,000? I said 100,000, right? It was like such a quick progress. If that was actually a 10-wave Infernal Horde, it would have been so good. I'm really sad that I didn't do a 10-wave Infernal Horde there. Attack speed galore. Attack speed galore. Wait, are you a corpse bow? It was a corpse bow trying to kill me. Wow. You know, the life on hit is actually working really nicely with the pulverized and the Endaryl's Visage. Shit, is it Endaryl's Visage Druid now, Chad? Do I have to replace my gloves with a Fist of Fade? Chan? Do I have to farm a lucky hit Fist of Fade? The problem is, even if you get like lucky hit up to 100% on the Pulverize, it would still be such a astronomically low chance to get things, because it would still be only 20% for Visage to just trigger. I just don't feel like that's worth it. It's like we're focusing on poison damage right now, so we might as well just, you know. I just really don't know how poison actually looks. Like, does anyone know how the Nova from Endurance Visage actually looks? Because I've literally, like, in 2 years of Diablo, I've just never played the item. So what animation do I have to look here for? Have you played Thorn Spiritborn? I played Thorn Spiritborn last season already, and we were absolutely destroying it. So I am looking forward to play Thorn Spiritborn this season as well. I'm just not sure if we should do the Tiger Thorns version, if we should do the Evasion Thorns version, or if we should do the Gorilla Thorns version that we've done before. So there is a couple of versions. You see these small arrow spikes that shoot out from you? That's Endaryl's, but I thought Endaryl's is doing an actual aura. Like an actual, like, you know? Was I mistaken? I see these small arrows boop out, but that's Endaryl's? These small poison arrows. That's Endaryl's? Like every now and then there's like green boop like booping out from me. See, like these. That's no? Because I'm looking for a bonus animation since I started picking them up and I just haven't. Isn't that rabies? Yeah, that's rabies, isn't it? I thought that's rabies. I'm pretty sure I'm just simply not triggering Endaryl's, and that's why we don't see it. But hey, alone for that 60% attack speed, I'm just a happy little potato. Yeah, that's rabies. I mean, we've already gone to like 200 million damage though now, Chad. So that's great. Because 200 million damage means we're gonna at least hit the billion today. But I'm not gonna be happy until we hit like double-digit billions, right? That's the goal. But for double-digit billions, we definitely need a Lightbringer that's Rotten Lightbringer that has like a greater affix to willpower. By the way, chat, item duping is more rampant than you thought it would ever be, right? Because I just, I did some homework this morning on the item duping situation and the websites that are selling items. So in case you don't know this, you can buy items for hard money. So I could buy like a Hand of Nas with 4 greater affixes for $50. Yeah, you heard right. But those websites, they're actually selling 50 Hand of Nas with 4 greater affixes. So the duping situation is horribly worse right now. If I wanted to have 4 greater affix uniques, right? Like I could just spend stupid money for no reason, by the way, and you could just have like the perfect character. It's so weird, but like that's all because of duping, right? How much that's possible. I have a decent Godslayer crown, but it just had the Harlequin crest drop. Which one is better? You don't want the Harlequin crest. The Harlequin crest is not so useful for this build. What you would rather want to have is the Air of Perdition. Air of Perdition is a 60% bonus damage. I'm right now on Endaryl's Visage for attack speed. Ta-da. I have Poison Creeper instead of Ravens. Well, you don't need the Poison Creeper because you have the poison anyways going out. The reason we're currently having the Ravens is because we want to play the Nagu rune. Because Nagu rune with 3 Ravens would be 300 offering every single time. It's actually pretty nice. But I sadly don't have the Nagu rune, so that's a problem. You have to buy an amulet soon. It's funny that we are pretty much Torment 4 without even having an amulet. Right? Oh, ow. I died. Alright, we made it to Torment 4. And we don't even have like a greater affix amulet. We don't even have tempers. So this is Torment 4 without tempers. Because for the love of God, I wasn't getting the temper scrolls or the items that I would like to temper. So there is, yeah. There's a lot unresolved with this character, a lot power missing. Our gloves don't have damage tempers. We don't have critical strike tempers because obviously we want to do more crit. It's something we gotta get up. Like if your crit chance is not 100%, what are you even trying to do? It's kind of why I keep playing the same glyph over and over again. So there is same Horadric Jewel that gives you 15% crit chance. By Ravens because you get 3 Ravens, and the Nagu rune gives you 300 offering with 3 Ravens. So that's the plan there. Okay. It's only being used for that. There's just no other skill that's useful otherwise, right? I'm sure you can play Poison Creeper. There's nothing wrong with that, but does it look like we actually need Poison Creeper in any capacity? Which season was it where you could put Rogue Tempers on Barbed Gear? That was season 6, I think. But that was before we got Worldly Fortune. So the reason we put Rogue Tempers on Barbed Gear was because Rogue had critical strike tempers, but Barb did not have critical strike tempers. So now everyone has critical strike damage tempers. Everyone has overpowered tempers and that stuff. So we get like these generic tempers for every class, which was one big change. I mean, like you gotta actually consider the temper system released without generic damage tempers for every single class. Right? You wanted overpower temper? Well, that was a Druid and Necro. You wanted to have crit damage temper? That was the Rogue. Yeah. Like Diablo has come a long way in terms of the updates. I mean, one could also say it's rather a shame that we just didn't release with these tempers right away. But one could also be happy for the actual changes that are being done, you know? The progress that is being progressed. Because there is actual progress, too. Not just 2 steps back and no step ahead. This is your first time using another class besides Rogue. It's about time. You will get addicted, sir. I started playing Diablo also only Necro every season. Imagine like my first 3 seasons, I think I only played Necro and made only Necro builds. I actually did not level the other classes. But after a while, it obviously gets boring, and also the amount of content for one class is just not there to focus only on one class as a creator. So obviously, at some point, I had to broaden my horizon and get good at the other classes as well. And since then, we have been addicted to playing every single class. It's also fun to actually be proficient at every single class, right? I mean, if you already play a game, you kind of want to know all the ins and outs. At least I want to know all the ins and outs. What can I say? Pulverize Druid, go boom. Pulverize Druid feels a bit like playing Death Trap Rogue. You know, with Death Trap Rogue, where you just spam Death Trap and you're happy. Yeah, that's how Pulverize Druid feels. But instead of spamming Death Trap, you just spam Pulverize. Here's the best build for a noob in Diablo 4, Summoner Necromancer. Why is every build using Luminant Eye if the CDR is only working on the Cataclysmic spell? To reduce the cooldown of the Cataclysmic spell, so the Cataclysmic spell triggers more. I use Luminant Eye on my Necromancer to get more barrier. Because if the spell is reduced, the spell time is reduced, then I get more often the barrier, and I more often bury it up. Which is very important. Like, to be consistently buried up at any given point. Rakesh, exactly, Rakesh. I didn't want to play other classes back in the days because I was just not interested, and there was still enough content actually going around to only play one class, but, you know, that these times are over. Okay, lightning resistance is useless. The shadow resistance is useless as well. Willpower, damage, fire, like, these are just sad. Wild impulses. Which is wild impulses? Chad? If I don't even know, like, it's probably I don't need it, right? I don't even know which one is wild impulses. Probably don't need it. Necrosorg and Barb. Barb is actually better than Rogue this season. Who would have guessed? After Barb was already written off as the worst class this season, kind of had like a bit of a comeback. Okay, do I have the Dominate glyph by now? It's Exploit, Electrocution, I still don't have Dominate. This is getting rather sad in that regard. I mean, Teacher Joe, Barb is useless in comparison to what it was before, right? There is still fun builds going around, but everyone is pretty much lunging striking. So you went from a couple of variations of an Earthquake build, like, you know, Earthquake Pep Barb, and then Earthquake with, like, the Earthquake Explosion. So you at least had some variety going on. And now it's like, oh yeah, Lunging Strike with Lunging Strike, with Lunging Strike, with Lunging Strike, and then some more Lunging Strike. And if you don't actually want to play Lunging Strike, you should play this Lunging Strike variation. Yeah. By the way, have you heard of Lunging Strike? Yeah, Lunging Strike. So they were like, you know, these Hooves of the Mountain God, they're going to make basic skill builds more viable. But what they wanted to say is, here's the Lunging Strike build. Forget all the other basic skill builds, right? The thing is, they just introduced the Hooves of the Mountain God, and the Lunging Strike build has shown like to be now the predominant build. So what are they going to do next season? Buff up the other stuff, or just nerf Lunging Strike again to make up for their inaptitude? You know? That's my big question, because now everyone is playing the Lunging Strike build, but we all know how Blizzard reacts usually when one build is so domineering in the season. It's usually like, we see you have been having fun with that Lunging Strike build, you little rascals. Yeah, it's time to nerf that. You're like, but Blizzard! How about no? Don't do this to my boy. Like, now, listen. I know they're unique. Like, you had fun for one single season with this build. Never again. So it's okay. Shh, hush, little puppy. Everything will be fine. Just played Necker Season 4, then I took a break from the game. Recently, I was playing Pip with a random team, and there was a Necker who went AFK through the entire run, and his minion did everything. Yep. I mean, I can pretty much take my Archmage Necro, and I can go AFK in the Helltide. Maybe I should put an item on with Life on Kill, okay? But I can pretty much go AFK in the Helltide, and unless I get pushed by a minion that explodes on death, like, my minions just kill everything before it even comes remotely close to me. It's quite cool. There should be enough minions here to do this. What build do you recommend for hardcore? I like a challenge in the game. I don't play hardcore, so no recommendation really. When if you want a safe build, I haven't died with a druid yet. Really hard to die with a druid. But I have died versus, obviously, Belial because we were testing if we could beat him at a way too low level, but that's beyond the point. Okay, finally, ladies and gentlemen, the Dominate. This was the last one that we needed to get. Level 16 with one single level up spree. Dominate needs me to put intelligence in. Intelligence when I get this leveled up. Intelligence. Okay, we got overpower damage, so this should skyrocket my damage even further. I like to see that. Might AFK builds have their purpose? Exactly. Usually I farm my glyphs up with Pit 65 because Pit 65... So, FYI chat, Pit 65 is the pit level you need to bring a glyph to 46 while always plus 2ing it. Okay? Just if you ever actually wondered, like, what pit tier would I have to do to get my glyph up? You know? That's why I do Pit 65. What build would you recommend for controller gameplay? A build that does not need to put skills precisely, König. So let's assume you need to put a skill in a certain spot for the build to succeed. That's always harder with controller to aim that. If you have a spam build where you just simply spam a skill in a certain direction, like the Pulverize here, that works plenty fine, right? Whereas if you have builds that need you to be precise in the casting, that can be quite a lackluster experience on controller. I've seen a lot of people, like, they struggle, for example, with putting down the corpse tendrils or something like that, and they always complain, like, I can't play this build very well. So that's something to really consider on controller, like just simply gameplay constraints of placing of skill. Okay? Hope that makes sense. I mean, with this build, as you can see, I just run in Grizzly Rage, and then I just like, I need to step cast. Why do you need to step cast? Because the Rotten Lightbringer makes poison puddles if there's no poison puddle near you. No poison puddle near you means poison puddle in melee range. So if there's no poison puddle in melee range, then I make a new poison puddle. Then I make a new poison puddle. And I mean, new poison puddle, no. So I need to, like, cast step to, like, keep making new poison puddles. So then have the poison puddles close to me erupt also in poison as I go for that, right? That makes sense to you. I only have like 7,000 life. I feel like that's not the life I want. Also a bit sad because, you know, Overpower had this just stack life to be also having the overpower damage going on. Now that they took the life percentage out again, there's like zero incentive to get more maximum life. Like, I would usually have like 20,000 maximum life at this point, right? Because that's how you scale overpower damage. But since that is completely gone, I have like zero incentive to get life apart from survival. I always felt it like a nice mechanic that my life would also be granting me damage on top. I'm kind of sad they like completely took that out and didn't like try to find a balance, like, you know, that at least a bit of the life is still responsible for your overpower scaling. I would have preferred that, because right now, like, you know, I just look for anything but maximum life and just try to get by with as few maximum life as possible. But formerly, people were at least tankier and dying less because they had more maximum life. Skeletal Mage Necro even close to S tier? Well, I can easily clear tier 90 with absolute B tier gear. So yes, Necro is insane, Skeletal Mage Necro, in terms of what you can do with like shitty gear. Like, you never underestimate the ease of use in the tier list, because sure, like, Blight Necro is really good, Bloodwave Necro is also really good, but they also cost a significant amount of resources to actually get to that really good state. +3, +3, +3, +3, +3. Right? Is your Druid resistance capped? Yes, but I'm cheating. Is there a sweet spot for max life to look for? 10,000 roughly. You should at least have 10,000 life. It depends also on your damage resistance though. Am I resistance capped? Actually, no. I'm cheating though with this Tested of the Dawning Sky to eke out a bit more maximum resistance than I usually would have. Hey Chad, you want to see the most useless chest ever? Life per second, spirit per second, healing received. Ah! Yeah, 10k max HP is a good value to be around. It depends on how much damage reduction are you playing. So that's really like a big factor to consider. Like, are you having like 40% damage reduction, 50, 60, like, right? Are you having a couple of aspects going on? Is there damage reduction in your Paragon board? Do you get damage reduction from a skill consistently and not just when you use this skill? This is kind of like the things to consider. For example, my Necro has good damage reduction, but I need to already curse the enemy to get the damage reduction done. And if my curse is not applied, so if I haven't like walked close to the enemy and the enemy like shoots me on the distance, I might take an improper high amount of damage, for example. A bite for 500 billion. Yep. I mean, with the market prices right now, you an easy 5 billion should be in, right? Someone's gonna get the money. When you can see, I get like 7,000 HP. We're in Torment 4. I'm pretty much not taking damage, but I'm also just like crowd controlling enemies right away as we just go with a slam. So that's that, and they're just healing over. So they might be able to do damage to me if I didn't kill them first. Oh, I saw 340 million, guys. So right now the chase of the billion begins. Every single step of the journey, we're becoming stronger. So we're slowly trying to get to that billion damage. Golds for today: find a ring, find an amulet that's somewhat useful, get my tempers done, get my masterworks done, because I have no masterworks done, right? Not too many on my gear. Need to actually open up my planner to check out what tempers and masterworks I actually wanted to get done. You expect me to 400 million? Let's go! Woo, 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 woo. You expect me like to remember these things? Nah. I don't. I need to look that up every single time myself again. I'm sorry, just causing a ruckus here. Only Spiritborn and Necro made the S tier? Nope, sir. Have you not watched the meta update video from yesterday? Come on, have you not watched the meta update on YouTube? Brother, why do I make these videos? You need to watch them. Okay, I died accidentally because I have no elemental resistance. I deserve that death. Like, literally, that's a deserved death. Problem is, she does lightning damage, and then, like, we get the fire damage from Relias coming on top. Yep, that's gonna kill me. Just did a Sorg troll 150 today. Yep, I mean, Sorg rolled 150 with a bug. With a bug. So no, you're not actually doing that. Apart from with a bug. Oh, gloves with 2 greater affix. Come on, chat. This is it. This is the end game now. +3, and then that to 45. Come on, the gloves. Do I have a... Oh, man. But it's a shockwave aspect, actually at 114%. So rejoice. Oh, we got a new amulet, chat. Woo! It's not what I'm looking for, but I'll take it. So, what do we have? Pit leaderboard, just to give you Pit, Helltide 100. There you go. For the people that missed it. Sammy, by the way, thank you for the brand new subscription. Welcome to the Knights of the Round Table. Chat, if you did bring your Prime sub, don't forget to spend it. So, Sorcerer is not being updated because there's bug things. So, right now, the number 1 is Spiritborn. Spiritborn has cleared 117 with Thorns. So, the builds are actually using Thorns here right now. This is like one of the build planners. It has like Balazan's Max Ladle together with some other stuff. Okay? So, that's Spiritborn. Then the next one would be Druid. Yes, Druid chat with Pulverize. Fuck yeah, you see it here. The Chinese Druid from billybilly.billybilly. They're doing the hundreds of billions damage. Actually, like, I don't know if what the full screen button is. It's in Chinese. So this is like billions of damage, but they actually display different, so I can't even like tell you where the damage, like, you know. But yeah, they're doing billions of damage. And it's similar to the build we're playing. Recommendation, by the way, with these Chinese planners, you can translate that to English. It's a bit unreliable, but here, like, he's playing three mythic items. We're obviously not going to be playing a single mythic item because it doesn't make sense to do that. He has also a quad affix Lightbringer with 600% because why wouldn't he? Hey, chat, like I mean, obviously he has a quad Lightbringer with like why, you know. So that's Druid right now. Then you have Sword being right behind it. You have Necromancer being right behind it. So Necro is actually here with a Blight build and the Blood Wave. But then you have the Blight build actually here being also in the 108. So that's pretty impressive. And that's Skeletons. So you have Shadow Mages here, 106 chat. So how good is Shadow Mages? It cleared Pit 100. It's in it's S tier. Aegis is S tier. Unquestionable. It's here. We got Barbarian actually being really close as well, so I like that. Barbarian and Rogue are close. This is helltides.com pit leaderboard. This is where I get my meta snapshot from every single time. This is not saying that there is not someone with a better achievement that just hasn't uploaded, but most hardcore grinders upload here. It's also the website that tries to stay that has integrity. So if you post a clear with a bug, you're not being ranked here. Okay. If, like, the people that post 150 clears, they're not being ranked. Test. Sorry. Isn't this game on Game Pass? It is on Game Pass, but not the version that has the expansion in it. So you still have to buy the expansion. Let's get the Druid running, by the way. I'm opening my planner to see my tempers. My tiny humans are calling me. I'm back. So my child got her letter in which class she is for her school. So you can imagine child very happy. She's going to school this year for the first time. She's in, what is it? She's in the other class. They're always animal related classes for some reason. Okay, we wanted to have Grizzly Rage Duration, I think. Which one is Duration? Is it Utility Temper? Hurricane? I know there is a duration temper.
No other
Arcan size. Am I just blind? Poison creeper? This is cooldown reduction? I know there's also duration temper. Oh, it's probably under offensive, right? Do I actually need that temper if I have the other stuff? That's the big question. When we get Grizzly Rage cooldown reduction, and with Grizzly Rage cooldown reduction, we're usually there enough to not need the duration temper. Then again, you kind of want it to overlap to actually never use it. Right? Okay, that is the lowest of the low rolls. I really didn't want this, but at least I can do some basic tempers here. Right? I mean, I'm gonna throw this amulet away, most likely at some point anyways. But at least we get the something. Grizzly Rage. We are getting the Rabid Bear at 60%. So there's still some growth to go by. By the way, we get also the Rampaging Werebeast still at rank 1 out of 15. Cooldown reduction on Bone Prison. Boots. Path of Trag'Oul has good cooldown reduction for Bone Prison. Massive cooldown reduction for Bone Prison. Not just good cooldown reduction. Oh, it has a socket already. Where are you going to get critical strike chance? Well, currently my critical strike chance is sitting at 31%. We want to have critical strike chance on rings, which we don't have, but my rings are also completely random right now, as you can see. We want to have critical strike chance tempers. That's probably the easiest way to do it. I mean, right now I'm playing this one. I was planning on adding the... We could add the Seal of Power to get the 15% crit chance. I wanted to add the Idol from Below, Reverie Horn, here, Elemental Damage, because Elemental Damage is actually Earth damage and the Poison damage. It should be double dipping, right? Which boots? Oh, I have just standard boots, armor, movement speed. The movement speed can actually be re-rolled. So the movement speed doesn't have to be. It could be Elemental Resistance, for example. Because otherwise, I don't know how I should get Elemental Resistance done, right? In the long run, if I don't get that going. See. Well, no, the double dipping is a feature. No. So when I say double dipping, my friend, I have this skill. It's an earth damage skill. But then the Rotten Lightbringer is also doing poison damage. So I'm doing poison damage and I do earth damage. So I get like to deal 20% more elemental damage. That's earth damage, and poison damage also counts as elemental damage for some reason in this case. So the double dipping in this, I just referred to that I just get the most out of it. Not that it's somehow bugged. Okay, I'm not referring to an actual bug. It's just I'm just getting the most out of it. Okay. I'll be teaching 7th grade next year. Oh no, the worst. 7th grade. I don't know. I find middle school teachers the most impressive because those are the worst shitters. Like if I think about it. So either I like if I had to be a teacher, right? It's either elementary school or like, so in Germany, the system is elementary school was 1 to 5th class. Then you have 6th to 10th class. And then you have 11 to 13. That's how Germany works pretty much for your A levels in the end. So I would probably want to teach either elementary school or like the A levels. So 11, 12, 13. Okay, so like that middle portion, no. Terrible children. Not from 6th to 10th class. Might as well end it here and now, right? No offense, Teacher Joe. All my respect, but that's kind of like, I think that's some of the worst behaviors and ages there. Not saying that like the A levels are any better, but at least you technically have people there who want to be there, right? So elementary school is like still kids being excited to a degree. But in the 6th to 10th grade, you have like kind of everyone. Also the people that actually don't want to go to school and will leave school after 10th. You know? Oh, there are some bugs that seem intentional. For example, the Azure Wrath now gets another 100% bonus damage with attack speed, actually. At this point, you might as well treat it as a feature because the bug has never been fixed, right? As if they want Azure Wrath to scale this way. Hear correctly, you're in Germany? Yes, I'm in Germany. I absolutely disagree. 8th to 10th grade, they get too sassy. 6 to 7 kids show they like you still and have interest in the subjects. That's good to know. I mean, you have the first-hand experience. I only think back about my time as a school kid myself, and I'm like, nope, don't want to deal with that shitter. And that was even nice, right? Still don't want to deal with that shitter. You could use Rakaneth boots instead of Tacit. You gain some cooldown reduction, non-physical damage with Rakaneth boots. Both don't do much for the build, chat. I mean, we're gonna remove the Tacit at some point too, and probably not even care about elemental damage reduction, as I seem to be able to weather the storm more or less anyways. Right? But now I'm getting away. Spirit. I'm gonna make this legendary now, so I get the last multiplier. I always want to have the dominate and the crit multiplier, because those are the most important ones. And then we'll see that we get to also better rings, because again, my rings are absolutely shit tier. I need attack speed rings with something. I mean, let's gamble some rings here. Come on, this is looking good, chat. Ooh, by the way, I got it done. Wow, I am getting rewards. Wait a second, chat. Okay, that's trash. That has resistance to all elements. It might at least work. That has crit chance. That's not bad. And that has crit. Oh my, that's sad. Okay, so these we're gonna trash. Chat, wait for it. I just finished this one. Jeweler. Bam. 1, 2, 3. And then we're instantly going 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, what do I need to do? Defeat Asteros while the Asteros Armageddon affix is active. I don't know what that means. Tortured Chest, events, Torment, defeat 200 monsters. Okay, like, we gotta do this here. Defeat 200 monsters Hellborn after increasing your threat level. So we can do that. Let's see what we get. Ah, Journey Caches. Okay, beautiful. I got some amulets in there, chat. Some rings. Okay, we got a Dolmen Stone that I don't need because I don't want. That one has crit damage and damage over time. Oh no, someone kill me. Okay, maximum life and vulnerable damage. Like, yikes. Because this one has at least cooldown reduction. That one has the cooldown reduction. Oh, like, this one would have been good if it didn't have cold resistance and healing received. But I might actually be able to use it on Barbarian in some point. This has thorns, but thorns chest, well, actually it has thorns. Might be able to use that for the Spiritborn. Yeah. Attack chance, like, you're terrible, but I might use you. Critical damage, but the rest is shit. Poison resistance, max life, attack speed, total armor. I mean, I actually want one that has willpower, greater affix. You know the deal, right? You don't get the willpower, greater affix, you might as well just eat a pile of poop. Okay, tempering. I want Grizzly Rage duration and Grizzly Rage cooldown reduction. I am still not so much sure how much Grizzly Rage duration I want, because I kind of feel like it's unnecessary. Right, my Grizzly Rage cooldown is at 30 seconds. We have a 20 seconds duration. If I have like just 10 seconds cooldown reduction with the Pulverize boots, right, when you overpower, I think we're kind of like making up for it that I don't need too much here. So I'd rather go like for an offensive temper and maybe add, what would we be adding? Like, earth damage. Do you add earth damage or do you add overpower damage? Probably just like standard overpower damage, right? Yeah, not vulnerable damage. Like, if all the damage is not vulnerable damage, yeah, overpower damage, thank you. Actually try this out. That would be Rabid Werebear. So what are we re-rolling? The resource cost reduction would be re-rolled into attack speed. Boom. I kind of miss willpower though, so that's the only thing that I regret, because I would like to have willpower on this one, obviously. But now that is a somewhat decent ring in my books. Which one do we want to masterwork though? Probably attack speed, right? If I had to hit one. I'm gonna at least try to hit the first one. Okay, a critical strike chance. I wanted to hit critical strike chance, guys. And yep, look at me. I'm the chosen one. Everyone, it's happening. We're going places. Good. Again, cooldown reduction. Cataclysm. Lacerate. Lacerate. Cataclysm. Petrify. Lacerate. Luckily, I prepared for this situation. Not on this character, though. We prepared for this going sideways, chat. Don't worry. Lilith Buck? Yes, Lilith is Buck currently. I'm sorry. Who needs armor? I get 700 in Torment 3. Well, you can get away with like 0 armor in Torment 4 if you have enough Barrier, because Barrier kind of calculates different. That being said, I would still recommend getting armor. You can get away with it, but you can get away with it doesn't mean you should get away with it, right? Like you technically shouldn't be able to survive with no armor. The game should throw like a wrench in like, no, sir. Okay, so temper reset scrolls, my favorite invention. Honestly, can you imagine the temper system without temper reset scrolls? Not me, right? Cataclysm. Lacerate. Grizzly Rage. Wow. If you ruined that ring, I am going to be very unhappy. Well, thank you very much. Okay, please don't... Everything but vulnerable damage, Chan. Everything but vulnerable damage. Thank you. I'm not stressed. This is fine. I wanted it to exactly go that way. I'm not going to take maximum life. I'm going to take attack speed here too. But I'd like to have 10% if I could. By the way, the biggest quality of life, Chad, you want to know what the biggest quality of life would be? 3 options on the Enchanta. I know it will never happen because for some reason Blizzard is blind to this. But the biggest quality of life for me would be being able to choose from 3 options. It would just drastically lower the amount of rerolls you need to get what you're looking for. I mean, this is just not a fun gameplay loop, right? To just sit there and spam this. You literally just, you hate the game in that moment. Like, this is shit. And I know that this is shit. And you know that is shit. And we're both, like, we're both unhappy about this shit. Right? That's one of the bigger quality of lives I would be hoping for at some point. By the way, any idea on a 3rd jewel that we should be taking? 3rd Horadric jewel? I mean, right now we're playing 20% more Elemental. We play 6/6. Any idea what the 3rd could be? I'm taking votes of confidence. We need Rampaging. Beast. Oh, I finally get it up to 9 seconds. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Whoop, whoop, whoop. And that one, 2nd ring, had which aspect? The Shockwave aspect. And I got that buff too. Look at me, chat. Shockwave aspect actually up to 114%. Let's double check. Do we have Retaliation up? Because Retaliation is really low for me. It's 43 out of 75. Bam! 65%. Let's go, chat. These are huge down. Oh my lord. We're actually going to be, popping. Mr. Baker, thank you for the 3rd month's of support. Baker, appreciation. I hope you're doing well. I can appreciate the risk. Yeah, but like the risk just gets a nuisance because so the problem I have with the risk is that if I was not, if I did not have money from trading, I could not afford to play the game how I play it, right? The problem is that with the standard things in the game, okay, the standard tools that are in the game right now, the standard drop rates and everything, you couldn't actually play the game how I play it right now, right? The amount of rerolls I do and that stuff. The ring, yeah, you play idle from below. I got idle from below. I get the damage. Let me double check if there is. Could do more damage reduction, but I don't think that's needed. I don't know if there's one that we like. What do I have? Wait. I play control, denial, power. I could swap denial out for power arcana. Like I'm thinking about like more, you know what? I'm going to swap denial out for power arcana. I think that makes sense. Okay. Because with the power arcana, I can actually play the Seal of Power. And that gives me another 15% crit chance. And wibbity wobbity wibbity boo, we're sitting at 54.1% crit chance, which is actually pretty good. Let's take these two. See what we're getting. Maybe a Rotted Lightbringer. Sadly not. The game seems to think that I need... not bad. There should be a better gold farm. You should just natively get more gold or the gold prices should be lower. Because with the normal gold farm in the game, you're simply not able to keep up with the gold. That's it. Like, there's no denying that. There's no lying here. There's no making this up. You just can't keep up with the gold. Okay, I was wondering, I have T-Bolt's Will chat, by the way. And I want to play T-Bolt's Will. I wonder if I could just play T-Bolt's Will and just say screw elemental resistance. And just play the T-Bolt's Will. It has good damage reduction, and we are unstoppable permanently, so it's just 20% bonus damage, right? And if I would play the Quox rune, because I want to play Quox, right, Chad? So right now I'm playing here ultimate cooldown reduction and more crit, but I don't need that. I actually want to play Mott, Cry, Chak. I want to play Quox. Because Quox would use up all my damage to go bonkers. But how would we activate it? How would I activate Quox? I mean, invoke a skill from another class would be legendary because I could just get it consistently activated. But for a Quox, I need 400 offering. What I usually would play is Neo. So my best trigger for this is always Neo. Because Neo says don't take health damage and for 2 seconds and you're good to go. Right? That would only work if I played the Barrier Arcana. So if I actually play Bottled Wind. The only way how that would be possible. I can only play Bottled Wind when I put the Sapping Crux away. What does your Druid have to be a fat dude shake? Alpha Doom? Yeah, I mean... I don't mind as much as some people do. But sometimes you wonder why that archetype was chosen. Okay, I'm expecting 616 million. I wanted to say I expect at least 500 million now with the latest boost to the build, Chan. So the 500 million, I wasn't too far away. Oh, 800 million. Okay, Chan. The billion is closing in. Dangerous. 786. Let's go. Like to see it. Damage has risen, chat, but we're still need more. 859 billion, you saw it there. We're not gonna be happy until we have that barbillions, that double digit barbillions hit. Hope was up soon. Thank you for reminding me. All right, the fun part is we're sitting close to 1 billion and we don't even have a glyph level 45 yet, right? Chad? So no glyph 45. All my glyphs like 20 or something. So we have tons of growth potential still left to get all these glyphs up. And we still have aspect growth left. Like there's 30% waiting there on our main aspect that we have on the amulet. Our amulet is shit. Doesn't even have a single, doesn't have a willpower percentage roll. I wonder if it's time to, now with all the attack speed I get though, to say goodbye to Enderil's Visage. Because we're only, like again, we're only playing Enderil's Visage because it gave me 60% attack speed. But maybe we could just say goodbye to that now. Good. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Speed Druid in the chat. So how much attack speed do I have here currently? I'm sitting at 100% attack speed, huh? I'm still sitting at 100% attack speed. Okay, so I'm a bit over capping on attack speed, but not too much. So we're at 60%. That means 20% of the attack speed of the Visage is waste. If I get gloves with attack speed, greater affix attack speed gloves, that would be what I need. And a greater, like I could probably reroll the movement speed on my amulet to attack speed as well. And then I could get rid of the Visage without actually having like a downside to attack speed. I think that sounds doable, doesn't it? Chan? Okay, we got the 69 points for the spirit here. Pretty good. Our crit is now sitting at 10,000, overpowered 2,000. Like what I see there. So I don't mind that they pick different body types. I'm used to it from PoE 2, right? I don't feel like every game needs to have character customization. Like, a lot of people put emphasis on it, and I respect that you want to customize your character, but after the amount of Diablo I've played, I just choose one of the generic custom designs, right? Start a season, choose generic custom... Yes! Attack speed ring! Choose generic custom design I enjoy. Done. I might be one of the few ones to do it this way, but I don't know how you feel, right? I'm just a generic custom design elfie. Okay, let's get the movement speed here, the attack speed I mean. Come on, give me the attack speed. You know you got it. Yeah, I can get it, right? Yeah, I can get it. I'm just making sure I'm not crazy, right? I can actually get the attack speed here. Okay, there's no attack speed, chat. I repeat, their attack speed is like a myth. Like it doesn't attack. It doesn't attack. Okay. I mean, now imagine I didn't have like billions of money. I would be like positively crying into the microphone right now. Because it cost me like 3 million to reset a single time. Do you know how long it takes to farm 3 million money? Right? In order to have 3 million money, you need to just do like a whisper. Otherwise, you don't have that. Ring of Starless Skies helps, yeah, but that's not an option, right? Like, just getting a Ring of Starless Skies is not an answer to I need something. I'm like, oh yeah, I'll just hear. Oh no, like let me check my butt. Oh yeah, I got a Ring of Starless Skies in my butt right now. It was just waiting there the whole time. You guessed right. Okay, do I keep the resistance to elements ring and throw the critical strike ring out of the window? Probably, right? Actually, do I now reroll the lucky hit chance into willpower or critical strike chance? Probably critical strike chance, right? Yeah. And then we try to masterwork it again for attack speed. That ring can actually go all the way with a greater affix to attack speed, I'd say. There's like no downside on this. You got 30 to 40 million golds running around from a small guy with a back. No, if it was a treasure goblin called the Gold Baron, so there's actually a gold treasure goblin. Then you just got lucky and you got the gold treasure goblin. They exist. So you didn't find a bug or anything. You just got what you were supposed to get. Yeah, you know what? That's a good mix. Chan, that's a decent mix. I'm gonna probably just desocket that ring and keep it. But now after I get this, we can throw out the Andariel's Visage. Okay. So we can put that away. Because we're still sitting at tons of attack speed now. So 80%. So we lose only 20% attack speed, but we actually don't lose 20% attack speed because we're like, this would be 40 attack speed too much. Now the question is, do we go back to the Godslayer crown or do I go for... I mean, first and foremost, I actually got to change my Holy Moly Mag Balls, Chad. Accidentally running around with intelligence. Less all damage than we could have had. What did I get? A new rune here? Buck. Oh no, Buck rune I put away. Where did I put my Andes? Andes Popandes? So which one do we play now? Do I play... I am really torn. If I want to play Godslayer Crown for the all stats, because it is nice and it has cooldown reduction, or if I want to go for Vasili's Prayer. Vasili's Prayer would give me Fortify, so that's nice. It gives you Defensive Posture. Defensive Posture was the one for... Yiga Yaga, that is here. Like, increase the amount of fortify you gain, and you gain more damage reduction while fortified. So that would actually be nice. And we would get on top, like, a huge chunk of fortify. It would probably be the best solution, but we would lose all stats, and all stats is actually really amazing to hit all the requirements for things. I feel like I should play Vasili's Prayer. Feels just such a generic hobo way to play because, well, it's just Vasili's Prayer. It also does give me armor, so we're actually armored out with Vasili's Prayer, back to the 1000 armor, so I think it does make sense to actually play it. Come on, hit the willpower, or I'm gonna shank you. I'm not joking around, give me that willpower. We're throwing hands, sir. Crown of Lucian. I was thinking about Crown of Lucian with the actual reduction, but the Crown of Lucian would only work if I had a Lightbringer with resource cost reduction. That's literally like what you need. If you don't have a Lightbringer with resource cost reduction, it ain't worth it. Okay. Right? We're gonna have to farm Rotten Lightbringers now. I mean, again, even more. Okay, that brings us up to 2.4k willpower. That's maybe the question why this thingy is not so much worth it, because I don't have much willpower. Well, actually, it's 600 willpower more, so it's kind of worth it. I don't have that much willpower. Okay, 600 more. It's kind of fine, kind of fine. I mean, I have an Air of Petition, but like I don't rely on using these. It's very important. I don't want to rely on using uniques to make builds work. Okay. And to also hit my billions. Because I cannot expect people to have these uniques. Why is it that Ancestral Uniques still can't have worse affixes than Uniques? I thought they were fixing that. Why is it that Ancestral Uniques still can have worse affixes? So Doug, what's happening right now is that when they have multiple affixes, there is a lower threshold. Okay, so if you have 2 affixes, I think you can't be below 50%, below 30% or so. If you have 3 affixes, you can't be below 60%. And if you have 4 affixes, you can't be below 80%. Of what is possible. So let's say a 4 affix Banished Lord's Talisman cannot be under 40%. Now I'm gonna say that I think they should squeeze down. If I find a 4 affix item, it needs to have a max rolled aspect. Like I'm sorry, but getting a 4 affix Ancestral and that 4 affix Ancestral unique, it needs to have a max roll. Everything else is just a goddamn joke. Like, what are we playing at here? There's no question for me. I mean, imagine, like, finding a 4 affix item, and that 4 affix item has, like, not a max rolled aspect. And you're just like, great. I see Blizzard hates me. I don't like the season mechanic so far. The season mechanic is a bit like what we used to have with the blood season in season 2. So there are little fixes for issues. Like right now, I use it to give more resource generation. I use the powers to give me more barrier and more crit chance, right? So and unstoppable, for example. So the powers are right now nothing exciting like they were in season 8, where you were actually getting like kind of cool builds out of it. Right now they're just problem solvers, quick and dirty problem solvers. Oh, I did a billion hit, chat. There was a 1.1 billion. I know you've seen it. Did it. The first billion in the house. Okay, that's good to see. Like, because if I start hitting for billions, then we can soon kill Belial. The thing, like if you like Torment for Belial, obviously, you kill the other Belial beforehand already. I get a 4 affix of 95% Ophidian. I hope you sold that for like 99 billion money. Because you should be able to sell for 99 billion money. Okay, like the no resistance is biting my butt. Actually, this is interesting because it's not the no resistance that's biting my butt. It's the missing of the Visage life on hit. Right? Because Visage gives me life on hit, and that's what I'm not currently getting. It's actually interesting. Makes me wonder if I should take the actual Circle of Life skill back in. I wonder if I could weasel out. I really weasel out a point somewhere. I mean, technically you don't need quick shift because you'd never shift into a new animal form. So we could technically take Circle of Life. Why is that certain Necro players have large skeleton mages always running around? The Necro players with the large skeleton mages, they're playing the Reverie Horn. The Reverie Horn is a Horadric jewel that gives you 50% more damage on your summons and increases their size. So it kind of looks cool. See that, like, that little bonus life helps. Like, quick shift is good increasing damage, yeah, but you don't shift, sir. Like we're Grizzly Rage. Even in Grizzly Rage, I don't shift anymore. Like, you're staying in bear form. There's no quick shifting happening. You use werewolf and human skills? No, I'm in Grizzly Rage. I don't even shift into human form or werewolf in a single second. In Grizzly Rage, you are bear, and you stay bear. Oh well. Like here right now, I can shift around. Obviously, it's the only time quick shift, but I have like Grizzly Rage always activated. You right? Like very rare instances where it's not activated. Right before Grizzly Rage, use some other skills. Yeah, but there is no right before Grizzly Rage, sir. So, like, I will have Grizzly Rage active, and as soon as I have the cooldown of Grizzly Rage done, I'll activate it again. There's no downtime between Grizzly Rages. I just keep Grizzly Raging, right? I'll just have it permanently online and keep it permanently online. Actually, quick shift is useless in this case. Especially since Grizzly Rage gives you a 100% crit bonus. So you always want to have that 100% crit bonus be the 100% crit bonus. Which skill should you link your catalyst with? The skill that you use the most, or like if you want your catalyst only to come at specific moments. I mean, right now my Necromancer, for example, needs to have the catalyst up permanently. So I get permanently my barrier. That means my main core skill that I'm spamming has the catalyst. The same goes for the Druid right now. I want to be permanently unstoppable at any given moment. So I obviously have it bound to my Pulverize as well. Now, considering that you might only want to use your catalyst in certain moments and not all the time, because like you want to use it every 8 seconds or so, you could also bind it like to a supportive skill with a cooldown that you only use every 8 seconds. But usually you put your catalyst on your core skill and then you just go away. Anyone want to tell me if you don't actually just have it sitting on your core skill? Like the one skill that you're going to be spamming like crazy. You pre-buff before going into Grizzly Rage. It keeps the bonus of quick shift. That be it is as it may. I mean, right now in the current configuration that we got going on, we have the resistances, but we don't have the elemental, and we're actually taking damage, so we need to reheal. Obviously, I could take another catalyst to finish the rehealing, but this is like the easiest form I can do right now. To just stay alive without hassle. So I think we'll stay with that. By the way, slaying all enemies is still the laziest design of them all, chat. Anyone disagree? I wish they would remove slay all enemies. It always makes me hate like that specific nightmare dungeon. Unless they would like have all the slay all enemies dudes just come into me. Oh, I'm playing without the aspect of the aftershock, guys. Oops. I was wondering because I was missing Grizzly Rage range. A Pulverize range, sorry. Something was not adding up. I heard the Golem speed farm build, but not sure if there's an error in mobile that says you should use Soul Rift and then Corpse Explosion, but Corpse Explosion isn't used as skill even. I'll have to double check, my friend, on the planner. Oh, that build doesn't play Corpse Explosion. The gameplay loop is meant for... Sorry, the gameplay loop is like he copies it over from the other builds. It's a bit weird on the mobility planners. So you have to talk to them about that, because that gameplay loop is obviously not for that. Does the XP buff from instant stack? You can have 3 instances up, the different type of instances, and yes, they all stack. But honestly, it's too exhausting to have all these buffs up at any given time. I know how you feel, but I'm already annoyed after doing it for 10 seconds, and then I'm just like, nope, someone kill me right now. What did I want to do there? Grizzly Rage Aftershock. Thank you. Not Aftershock. Shock. Shockwave aspect, Grizzly Rage. Okay. What do people call Death Trap or Rogue dead? Death Trap Rogue is not dead. It's still good, but it's vastly weaker than before. And it's like, you know, you're trying to do something that you did with ease before, now with something that Blizzard wants to not exist. I mean, if you want to play Death Trap Rogue, like be my guest, just keep playing it, right? But just know that you're so much weaker than you used to be. Like, if you've never played Death Trap Rogue before, it's gonna feel fantastic. But if you have played Death Trap Rogue before, you can't help but to feel like this severe nerf of it. It's the same with playing Bloodwave. Bloodwave still works, even the overpowered Bloodwave, but it just feels so, like, it just feels so gutted, because that's what it gets. Just simply get super gutted. Oh, I hate when that happens. I always feel like you shouldn't be able to get damage when you're, like, waiting for a portal, right? Oh, great. Can't revive a checkpoint because I'm waiting for the like, thingy to accept that it's worth it. You need a 4 GA Banished Lords. I don't trade any for it. Maybe you have need for it. No, I don't need it, Platcher. You should definitely trade it, but it's 99 billion money. I mean, a 4 GA, like, if you have at least 50% damage multiplier on the Banished Lords, you'll find someone who will buy that for 100 billion. Or 99 billion, that's the max. Yay, another kill everything dungeon. Just after the first kill everything dungeon. Yes, prices are ridiculous, but yes, before you ask, prices are ridiculous. I played DT Season 8. It feels nerfed, but it feels like a new build vector only. The sad part is that Death Trap Rogue just got nerfed, but it didn't get anything new for it, right? So it didn't get another angle to tap into. It's just like you're just nerfed. Who likes that? Yeah, we just get so much stronger with the latest upgrades, chat, but we're still not doing a billion standard. I know 100 billion is possible. Slay all enemies not even good for XP per hour. Yes, and if you start to view a game in XP per hour, you're anyways in for just sadness. You know? Like, as soon as you've reached the stage of XP per hour in your mind, then just know only sadness awaits. Because from that point on, you actually quantified your gaming to a degree, right? You put on every Paragon level is going to take me x hours, and that's when then fun turns to work. Because you have a predicted outcome of how much effort you have to put in to get something out. 1.1 billion, ladies and gentlemen. Not frequent enough, but I think we're gonna push the Dominate Glyph now to 45 as well, right? And if I have the Dominate Glyph to 45, I'm actually expecting more regular Bangers. Hopefully. So you obviously want to farm that Belial as soon as it goes. What do you do with the money if you don't trade? I mean, if you have 100 billion money, you can just enchant as many times as you want. You can just reroll as many times as you want. You can just flex it on your friends. You're like, look at my 100 billion money. It's like, wow, 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 wow. Or you can just gift it to people. You can just whisper random people in Kivachad. You're like, hey, bro, you want 10 billion? And just drop it and be like, there you go, honey. Have a good time, Ryan. I could do with a billion, exactly. I mean, the game honestly becomes fun if as soon as you have your first billion. Why is the first billion such an important thing? Because with the first billion, you just don't have to worry about reroll costs anymore. You don't have to worry about temper resets anymore. If you only have 100 million or 200 million money, like every single 5 million temper reset, you just feel that, right? Because if I tried to hit a certain thing on my first masterwork, I at least have to do 10 to 20 resets. And that's a lot of money. It's 50 to 100 million just gone for temper resets, right? And if you only have 200 million, well, yeah. It's kind of like why it's so sad how few money you're getting. Like, how much money everything costs and how few money you're actually getting in the game. Unless you're trading, you're just always going to be money starved. And that shouldn't be a thing. You shouldn't just be money starved in the game. Ever. Like, the game should provide you with enough money to always have money. How do you get those billions from trading? Well, for example, I got an Azure Wrath right now. And that Azure Wrath with 2 greater affix that I found, I think like I could at least sell that for 10 to 20 billion. You can find just a normal double or triple greater affix item with like max life, attack speed, and whatsoever. And people will buy it up like it's crazy. Because you have to understand that the people that are maxing, so the absolute crazy guys that are in the pit, they are masterworking like mad. So for example, this ring that has 12.3% Grizzly cooldown instead of 16.2, that's not good for these people, right? They wanna have, like, if they do this, they wanna have the 16.2 out of like the best possible, not just the somewhat best possible, the best possible. At any given point, with anything, right? And therefore, these items will always be bought. You'll always find someone. I mean, I just had a ring with a greater affix to attack speed, and then 2 stats that are okay, and I sold that for 5 billion. Because a greater affix attack speed is always wanted. Almost every single build needs attack speed. So greater affix attack speed rings that have like max life and then main stat or something, they're wanted. Like if one of the 3 stats can easily be re-rolled, dude, you get a jackpot. Oh, I don't know what killed me there. I genuinely don't. And obviously the economy is ruined, my friend. Like we don't have to pretend that the economy is not ruined right now, but the economy is ruined every single time. Has been no season where the economy hasn't been ruined. Oh, dying is really bringing me like to a long like turnaround to get all the way back. Oops. Really stop dying, but I should also get like, I guess, more resistances. Where am I supposed to get more resis from, though? Is greater affix always maxed out? Yes, greater affix is always maxed out. That's why greater affix are so good. They're not always only maxed out. They're also plus 25. Was it plus 25 or 50%? Chan. I think dot 50, right? 25? 50? 25? 50? 50. 50? 50. Okay, travel to the desecrated grounds. I'll check if my second reputation is done in a second, because then we can craft another item. It should be 50. Slay bandit captains. Hello, Mr. Bandit Captain, you're dead. Yeah, greater affix was 50% more. That's why you want greater affixes on specific stats, because that's like just the way to go. And obviously triple greater affix items in every slot would be great, but I mean, how many times have you had that, right? I usually max out my characters with single greater affix items. The double greater affix items I always sell, or have Neil sell them for me, right? But I've actually very rarely used double greater affix items myself, as it's just way better to just sell them. Okay, oh no, they're supposed to be abandoned. So you play Spiritboard at all, Serb? We're how many days to do this season? Yeah. I have done the Necromancer with 3 different builds. Now we're currently doing the Druid. But today we should max out the Druid. Usually I take like around 10 hours to max out a character. This Druid is currently 7 hours old. We are in Torment 4. We're doing billions of damage already. Obviously, billions of damage is not enough. We need triple-digit billions or I'm sad. Double digits would already make me happy. Triple digits is probably still like a while out. For that, I gotta farm things up. But yeah, we're going places currently. Spiritborn of 8. Yeah, I don't like Spiritborn of 8 at all. It's not my cup of tea. Got myself a 3 GA sword early, Piotr. Sell that mother trucker. What's the best build for Necro? Shadow Blight Necro with Blight. Should scale the highest in the long run. You got a double FX indent attack speed. Quite happy with it. Oh, that should sell. That should sell, sir. What are your tempers? My tempers are Grizzly Rage and crit damage and Grizzly Rage and overpower damage right now. We also have the duration temper, but I think I'm going to keep the duration temper actually out because we're currently sitting at 23 seconds cooldown and 27 seconds duration. So it should be okay without it. Oh, my Grizzly Rage actually ran out. That happens rarely. Now remember, I haven't actually fought Torment for Astaroth with the Druid yet. Come. I should see you play Hearthstone sometimes. Nah, my times with Hearthstone are over. The next card game you'll see me play is going to be Slay the Spire. Oh, wow. Did you see that damage, chat? Did you see that damage? He's standing in that poison puddle and he's... Oh, my goodness. The stupid dungeon affix is just killing me. The fire dungeon affix. But, dude, he was just standing in those poison puddles and he was just taking 10 billion straight away. There's like 1 billion and 900 and 800, 700 a billion, like all at the same time, right? That was crazy. I'm waiting for the Grizzly Rage to be active. Oh, we're getting Slay the Spire soon. I mean, I wouldn't be averse to get Slay the Spire in July. So we're putting the poison puddles, right, on him. And then when he stands all inside those poison puddles, we're pretty much triggering them all at the same time. And then those poison puddles are just poisoning on top of him. And you, like, notice what that does. So now we're making more poison puddles for Asteros himself. Oh, my lord. I activated things. Sorry. Bad finger. Like you're tanky like Belial, huh? Can I just stand AFK versus him and don't actually have to move? Like, I always feel like I have to move a bit more. Because you actually have to move a bit to make the poison puddles. If you're not moving and not making poison puddles, then you're lacking in damage. Right? Doing a bit more to do this. Oh, I got a seasonal journey because... Oh, he had the Armageddon affix active. Whatever that means. But he did have it active. I need... Do you have a lot of attack speed? I have 80% attack speed. But I need something for resource restoration because I don't feel like I get enough resource back. So how am I going to get more resource back now? Because this is not enough. A lucky hit chance for resource back would be useless on what we're doing here. I mean, we are getting a lot of resource by using the Stack Spirit boon together with the Reactive Ooze Arcana. So that's already working fantastic. I mean, we don't want to use critical strikes, have a chance to, like here, lucky hit dealing, chance to fully restore is not worth it. At all. I want a willpower. Is this a rerun? No, sir. We're in Torment 4. We weren't yesterday in Torment 4. Can you check the price for item? You pretty much have to go on the trade website to check for similar items that you have. Umbral is worth it, but not versus bosses. And I only need the resource versus bosses. Like normal dungeoneering, I don't need resources. I have that. Okay. So I would only need something for more resources versus bosses. I mean, technically, you could temper, again, the lucky hit to restore resource, but you get a 20% lucky hit chance. So you might as well not bother. You know about the double dipping with Spiritborn? I haven't really done any Spiritborn related research yet, sir, for this season, apart from knowing that I want to play Thorns. That's about it. So you kind of seem to need Balazan's Max Ladle to have any kind of fun success. Or that's going to be a struggle bus. Yeah. But no, I don't think Umbral, aspect of the Umbral is worth it in any capacity. It's not bad, but not for what we're doing here. And I also don't want to lose the damage aspect. But I would certainly need some more resource cost restoration. But how would we do that? Well, I guess I could take Spirit per second on boots. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, considering how high everything is being multiplied up, like with my Spirit, yeah, I could take Spirit generation on boot. Any chance to you're playing once human? If I'm done with Diablo, I either will play some once human, I will play some Dune again. I might consider going for that new pirate game that's an alpha, Crosswind. And from the 24th on, we'll actually play Wuchang Fallen Feathers, which is a Souls-like game set in the ancient Chinese history, as it seems. Those are the plans we're currently having. New scenario is so hard. Yeah, like if they haven't turned it down yet, I might not be interested in the new scenario, because that's the problem. Like for some reason they decided to make the new scenario hostile for solo players, and that's where I just lose any interest. Like, right, if you make a scenario specifically only for team play, then screw you. Like why would I play something that's only made for teams? Be honest, I love that Druid. Druid, big nasty chap, big nasty. Dominate, 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 dominate. So wait, it's 40, 42, 44, 45. Yeah, so if I make it, I'll level it up. Okay. So yeah, what we can do, I think remove movement speed and put on spirit per second. I think I should be able... No, fuck, I rolled armor on these boots. Yikes. Okay, I need... Hey, Rotten Lightbringer. I need boots that have life and willpower, probably. Or no, they don't even have to have life. Boots. What do we have? They need to have armor. So we have life, willpower. No, but I need not willpower. I need armor, life, or willpower armor. Willpower life. Life dodge chance. Life armor corpse skills. Okay. Well, fuck that. Chat, we're gambling boots, I guess. Not what I was hoping to do with my... Oh, wow. Really? Not a single greater affix boots? Huh. Okay. Okay, Chan. Okay. Okay. It would be great to get movement speed. Just standard movement speed. Okay, it's trample cooldown reduction then. Reroll the fire resistance to armor. Good. And now we're going to try to masterwork the spirit, I guess. Even though I would need to get willpower on this, but hey, it is what it is. Pulverize size? No, I need the spirit. Thank you. Oh, wow. Thank you twice. Could you now hit the willpower another time? You're not playing Wild Heart Hunger boots? No. I'm not shapeshifting, sir. So Wild Heart Hunger is kind of useless for me. If I remember correctly what the Wild Heart Hunger boots do. If you're not shapeshifting, like what are they good for? So now with that 8-second spirit per second more, we're currently sitting at already, like this is 22 spirit generation. It doesn't seem like much, right? But if I'm in the dungeon and if we're actually like getting the ooze to activate, we're sitting like, we should be sitting at something like 50 spirit per second. Yeah, look at how full my spirit now is. That's what I want to have. And even if I empty it with a Quox rune, it goes like up like crazy. So that's perfection. Good. Now I just need a better trigger for the runes. See if we're now going. Spirit is 57 spirit per second. Let's go. That's what we wanted to have, Chan. Okay, so the master plan worked out. The evil master plan. Skip spirit per second. Actually, I have too much armor now, so I could even re-roll the armor I have on the boots. I could re-roll that into... Possibly re-roll that into... willpower. And since we have so many willpower multipliers, that should go good. Crabble, good to see you there. Crabble, thank you for the brand new subscription, ladies and gentlemen. Some arms up in the air for Mr. Crabble. Also, if you did bring your Prime subs, why haven't you used them yet? I'll say thank you. Good to see so many of you, by the way, still enjoying the Diablo. I know this might not be the most exciting season for everyone. Nonetheless, grateful for everyone who enjoys this season and who wants to talk about Diablo. I guess I'm just happy to have people to talk about Diablo-wise, right? Because the game is still fun, and it's great to talk to people who are trying to have fun instead of to talk to people who are like, You know, when you play COD, for example, right now, and every second comment is about cheaters and cheaters and controller players and then cheaters and controller players. So it's good to actually have conversations about the game that are not just complaints about the game. Is Changeling's Debt worth using? I just don't have the slot to use it. That's my problem right now. I'm not sure if Changeling's Debt would be better than Retaliation, for example. But then again, Retaliation says 75% bonus damage based on your Fortify, and you're always fortified. Also, I'm not sure if Changeling's Debt is currently completely unbugged, because Changeling's Debt has been one of the most bugged aspects that over the course of the history of Druid has always somewhat worked, somewhat not worked, somewhat worked, somewhat not worked, somewhat worked. Even with Ring of Starless Skies, you would still have to refill your spirit somehow, right? Dominate. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boom, Dominate also leveled up. That brings us from 2,000% to 3.5. So that's big changes. Wow, we just got huge changes. I use Rabbit Beer on Emmy, Retaliation, and Changeling on Rings. Yeah, we currently have the Retaliation. We have Aspect of the Aftershock, even though I don't know if we need Aspect of the Aftershock, Grizzly Rage, and then Rabbit Bear. Now, you could say, hey, maybe we just don't need Aftershock because our Pulverize is doing enough damage as is, and we're just leaning in on the full damage from the Lightbringer. So you could say, hey, maybe Aftershock out, and then you're going to put Changeling in. Where Changeling would give you another 55% increased damage while hitting a poison enemy, a werebear, or crowd-controlled enemy as a werewolf. Can you use the Shadowblight build before you have the legendaries? The Shadowblight build gets vastly stronger with the amulet. I would play minions until I have Eben Piercer. It's just too simple, right? So play until you have, and then just play, right? Seems the best way to go about it. Okay, I see more and more billions, guys. Should we try to kill Belial, or do you think it's too early? I'm not sure if we got it, right? If we have what it takes to get Belial currently destroyed. Well, we can obviously go for pit 70. I could do pit 75 right now, so that's secure. But I don't know how my damage would be if I fully try to just destroy Belial at the current moment. I mean, Torment 3, we're already sending him, like, absolutely packing. I guess I just have to get enough poison puddles going, and then we just poison puddle him. Oh, the Helltide Assassin, please come closer, sir. I am here. Damn, that Spiritborn is doing damage too, Chan. Poison puddles. By the way, I'm pretty much holding down my left mouse button and then I'm just spamming 2. Right? That's how we're playing right now. Hold down mouse button, spam 2 to get the maximum movement speed. And you can technically just stand there and just poison puddle out. The problem is if you just stand still and poison puddle out, you're not getting the most damage because you can get overlapping poison puddles that then with the attack speed spam. So you want to like 1, 2, 3, make 3 puddles, and then you could stand AFK to pummel into them. But you just don't want to like not make more puddles. What's giving you crit damage? Damage, you mean? I mean, you have like crit tempers on the rings. You have a crit damage from your Paragon board. You have the crit damage glyph, and then that gets multiplied out. Good start. Lazy Harbingers. Oh, I just got. Oh, there. So there's a gold. Treasure goblin. There is a obol here. There's an obol treasure goblin. There's a normal treasure goblin. There is this one treasure goblin. I think it's called the gelatinous treasure goblin, who actually turns himself into multiple treasure goblins when you hit him. That one's my favorite one because he gives so much loot. Okay, could you please just put in one? Oh my goodness. I'm out of hearts again. See, this alone gives me currently what, plus 240% crit damage, so that's nice. Does pulverize size matter? So pulverize is the actual pulverize that happens in front of you. So it's like in a circle in front of your character. And then you have the aftershock. If you get close enough to an enemy and you have the pulverize size temper, then you're going to hit your enemy with the aftershock and the pulverize. So you kind of get like the double-double. That's the shop build. Never tried. No comment. No comment for me. Sorry. Why care about a shred build when you can be pulverized instead? Wow. Bear. Hello, Madame Black Maiden. I mean, you might go away and hide for a second, but I just put down like a billion pools of poop you're stepping into. So you just walk right into my poop card. I took your advice and bought 2,000 Betrayer husks for 57 cents. Well, I never said to buy them for real money, Christian. I told you to get the trader in-game that sells you these for gold in-game. But it's interesting to know that you can actually buy 2,000 Betrayer husks for 57 cents. That's crazy. This just tells you how bad the duping is, right? Because how can this be profitable for them to somehow sell like that many betrayer's husks for 57 cents, right? Isn't there more PayPal transaction fees than anything else? But now have fun farming Belial, sir. It would be nice if the game actually dropped enough Belial mats to farm Belial regularly. I kind of feel like Ambush Belial should appear every third fight, every fourth fight. Right now, I don't know how your experience is, but Ambush Belial is for me every 10th fight or something like that. And that's just not enough. Sometimes he doesn't appear at all in a day. That's definitely not enough. You can get easy ban for spending your real life money. No, you can't. It won't happen. I mean, do I recommend anyone to spend your real life money to buy yourself Betrayer's Husk? No, you can spend in-game money on it. That being said, you will most likely to 99% never get banned for doing something like that. They're not after you, Capper. They're after the people selling the stuff. Historically speaking, like you actually sadly no one gets punished for any transactions like this. Again, I am not encouraging you to spend your money, and I am not also for spending real money for stuff. I am for Blizzard cracking down on this kind of thing. So like, you know. Am I stuck on reputation? Because it doesn't seem to go further here right now. Or am I just at that reputation? I can't find any special person in my trade chat to get legit husks. Well, the husks are like any husk you buy from the trade chat are not. They're all legit, but they're not legit. You know. They're definitely legit. I mean, these people, they're real, just not legit. They're legit. You know. You understand? You get it? Okay. Good talk. Good talk. Good talk. Sonar, thank you very much for the second month of support. Vile Pill also for the 6 months. Crabble again with a brand new Prime sub. Okay, we're sitting at collection of rings. Thank you very much. Let's try to kill Belial. Chat's told me we need to kill Belial. What's the game? Necromanian, Sark Hider, Poison Bugborn. We're Pulverize Druid, also poison. Let's drink a potion of fortitude so I don't die when he looks at me because I don't have resistances. Grizzly Rage active, Debilitating Roar active. And we're hitting him for the billions, chat. We're doing the damage. Oh, that poison that had me. Wow, the poison just shreds me. Okay, so we can kill him if I just manage to not walk into a poison pool while I'm going around doing this, right? And we can kill him. Poison! Belial, Lord of Flies. He won't appreciate that. How dare you to be that like this to him? What has the man ever done to you? Oh, oops. I thought I stood more to the right. kind of feel like Belial is not taking as much poison damage as others, because Belial is like in this position where he hangs like back in his cocoon of like I'm not surrounded by things, and so he's getting hit by like less of the poison blips than he could be getting hit by. Oh, I trampled. I say like if we like put the poison blips like in a certain position, then he always takes like more damage. Got him! Got him! Woo! Tier 4 Belial. But we need to have more damage to make this more reliable. Because being able to kill him and being able to kill him fast are two different things, right? Helm with 2 greater affixes. I just wanted 2-handed mace with a greater affix willpower. So what I need is now, I have the Vasili's Prayer, so we don't need another Vasili's Prayer. What we need is the Rotten Lightbringer, but instead of poison damage, it needs to have the greater affix to willpower, because the greater affix to willpower in the Lightbringer is like 70% or something like this. Pulverize to hit twice. Noob. That's a lot of rings, but all of them are shit. That's kind of sad. Misa kind of sad. Hydra needs least gear, so fastest to get into tier 4 MO. Actually, Necro needs least gear. Which board. And Necro is also happy with shitty gear, so Hydra needs actually a good Ophidian Iris, right? Okay, we got this attack speed glove, so my goal is right now greater attack speed, like greater affix glove with attack speed. Shred. Overpower damage. No. Need him with attack speed.
That's the spirit. Give it a go. That's not a bad tool, that.
Okay. Another 3. Resistance to elements. Unlucky hit chance. Sure. Maximum life. And keep that for a harder time. Wait, what is this? That's... Oh, 73% aspect. Damn, and the aftershock aspect too, the shockwave aspect too. Damn, chat. I mean, look at that. That's retaliation here at the 73%, and that's also the pulverize aspect at 118%. Damn. Do you think Blizzard should allow masterworking before tempering? Uniques are easier to masterwork, fields wrong. No, because then masterworking would be too easy. But the whole masterworking system is like, so the masterworking system in itself, what they're trying to do with it isn't bad. The way how it's executed is bad. I mean, right now, masterworking is a complete gamble, like mechanic out of a mobile game. But correct me if I'm wrong, Chad. But the masterwork mechanic could also be in a mobile game, and they could introduce a microtransaction that allows you to skip it to like save on resources. I mean, it's literally like get as much resource as possible and then just throw the resource at the game in a gamble mechanic and get a hard boner if you actually hit your gamble. And if you don't hit your gamble, you're vastly annoyed at the game, and you're either quit or you keep grinding like you have absolutely no business. So technically, masterworking, good mechanic. Practically, the way how it's executed currently, it's just sad. That's how I personally look at it. And I would like to see the masterwork mechanic changed in a way that allows us to have a bit more of a influence on the outcome. Because right now, it's just complete RNG, right? Like hitting triple masterwork is just... you pretty much have to farm for a whole day to then masterwork everything away in 10 minutes. And if you're lucky, you hit the actual goal you want to have, to then farm a whole day again to blast everything away in 10 minutes to then hit the masterwork you maybe want to have. So it's like just complete RNG, right? The temper's RNG, the masterwork is RNG. It's like RNG into RNG into RNG. in a gacha gameplay mechanic that really just fits into a mobile game more than into a PC game. And all for the sake of just increasing player retention. How do we fix it? I have no clue how to fix it. I'm not here to fix things, right? I'm just here to point out the problems. Don't get me wrong. I don't have a solution, right? I don't know how to make the game vastly better. I just know what I think is bad. I mean, we have random resource stat rerolls that only have 2 options. Like, alone the rerolling on items, right, is already so obnoxiously terrible. I'm sorry. And if your temper already fails, you don't even get to the masterworking stage, right? It's like a gamble mechanic with a gamble mechanic wrapped into a gamble mechanic. And it's called crafting, by the way. Shouldn't the word crafting indicate any kind of player agency? Or more player agency than we have? Because right now there's not much left player agency wise. It might be a bit harsh, but I think harsh is what we need right now. We don't need to like dance around the issues. Willpower! Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we wanted. An amulet with a willpower. Yabba dabba doo. Is there something better for druids that's easier on eyes, like the Sork's Hider is so much smoother? What do you mean? I mean, like, with Pulverize, you just pulverize around. I mean, every druid build is visually impactful. If you play the boulder druid, you have ginormous boulders rotating around you that just smack everything in the face. So there's not like a druid build where you're like, wow, this like, I love looking at that. You know? There's always going to be quite some clutter on the screen. Okay, if I equip this over the amulet, I am sitting at 22 and 24. That would be enough with a cooldown reduction of the Urzen Horror. So I actually don't need the Grizzly Rage duration, which means that I can here also temper then overpower damage. Good. We can reroll the cold resistance into, well, what are we sitting at again? We're sitting at 52% attack speed, so I need to roll that cold resistance into attack speed. If I'm not getting like 3 ranks to envenom or something like that. I would like to have 10%. That's 2 ranks to envenom. Envenom is here. You and your companions gain bonus critical strike damage against poison enemies. Wow, 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 wow. So now technically I also need to hit the masterwork on envenom and not on willpower. Ah! I said technically, right? I'll take it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Envenom, willpower. See, that's what I meant about the complete gamble crafting. Did this feel good now? Yes, but it could have also been like 30 minutes of just sadness. But it is gambling and nothing but. Okay, we're sitting at 2,600 willpower. You know what the biggest problem right now is? That one single point of willpower is worth so much. So let's for example roll away the maximum life we have here right now, because I don't need the maximum life. Let's go for the maximum life willpower. So this is only 113 willpower. We're sitting at 2,600, right? But that 113 willpower is actually 300 willpower. Like every point of willpower is just like so much. That's why I like want to have more willpower on items. We're following a build guide. Yes, my own build guide. Josh, we're following your what guide? My own one. Yes, that we put up already. That is obviously created before the season, so it's up to change. Like, I always create my build guides before we dive in, and then we just change them to the new realities or adapt them to what we're finding and how things are playing. So I'm expecting to see 2 billion now, but that's still far away from the 100 billion that I know is possible. So right now, the biggest gain that we need is a Lightbringer. It's like the last thing I now need, a Rotten Lightbringer. What do you think? Should I farm the Lightbringer in Torment 3, where I pretty much kill Belial in 2 hits? Or should I farm the Lightbringer in Torment 4? Because right now it might just be faster to do it in Torment 3, since you just kill him like in like boop boop dead, boop boop dead, boop boop dead. If there would be a chance to increase the roll of a certain affix, I mean, if I could, like, in the reroll choose to only roll rank thingies or something, that would be good. But, like, just a little bit more player agency in the rolling and whatsoever. I have to hope that Mr. Neil is online. In tier 4, you could kill him in tier 4, but it just makes it longer, right? So you kill him in tier 4, you take like 3 times, like actually 4 times the time for 1 item more. You consider if that's worth it for you. Not sure if the Spiritborn Vortex would be worth it to pull everyone together. I don't want to die to that elemental damage. Ugh. We're still like really not having resistances. I gotta see if there's like some more resistances I could weasel out on the Paragon board. I don't think there are many points. The season is harsh, chat. The mythic chance is the same from level 35 on. So like the greater layer bosses, so everything from Duriel and Dariel Blah on, I think has the higher chance for mythic. With Belial pretty much having the 3% chance. I think Belial has a 3% or 1.5, one of the two. But yeah, Belial has the chance, and that mythic chance does not go higher with Tormenteer, no. And the chance for greater affixes also does not go higher with Tormenteer, sadly. So I would have assumed that if you kill Torment for Belial, that obviously the chance for a greater affix should be higher on Torment for Belial, because, well, obviously he's the highest form of Belial. But that's also not the case. You would obviously hope for it, because, well, again, he's like the highest form of Belial. Okay, let's get Earth and Sky up. That is just one more, and then I get it up. I thought the greater FX chance was increased from tier 4 to tier 4 this season. Doesn't feel like it, Christian. Is Toxic Claw useful on the amulet? Wasn't Toxic Claw this one here? You deal increased poison damage. This is double werewolf form, but for 8 seconds after leaving it. So Envenom is better because the Envenom multiplies up your critical strike damage. So that's a direct multiplier to the additive bonus of the critical strike damage, just making, like, you know, it just works really nice. Envenom should be turning out better. It's not that Toxic Claws is bad, it's just that Envenom is better. You could also take ranks to Crushing Earth, so you get more damage on your Earth skills, immediately. But I'm not sure if that actually multiplies up the Toxic Lightbringer. Meaningful. Right? Is we need higher. I mean, like there needs to be a reason to be in Torment 4 apart from it just being the highest difficulty, right? Torment 4 should also be the most rewarding difficulty. Like I'm still saying, if I kill a lair boss on Torment 4, he should always drop rare runes with a vastly higher chance for legendary runes, right? Because if I get a magic rune in Torment 4, what's that? Why am I getting a magic rune in Torment 4? What am I missing here? Like, I'm sorry, I'm in Torment 4. I wasn't looking for a magic rune anymore. You know? They should not drop on Torment 4 layer bosses. Did they increase the quality of items per Torment tier? Yes, they did, which means you get more ancestral items, but they never said that you get more greater affixes. So yes, the fact that in Torment 4 more greater affix items seem to drop, yes, I would actually argue for that, but it does not seem to correlate to the amount of greater affixes. So more, but not better. Right, you would assume that as soon as you get Torment 4, you're going to see like those 2 or 3 greater affix items more regularly. You do. It's not like that we can complain though. I mean, ancestral items this season have been plenty, so that's definitely a good thing. I'm very happy with the ancestral items. And ancestral uniques has always just been a big gamble. But some ancestral uniques are just more punishing than others. I mean, in terms of the Toxic Lightbringer, the Toxic Lightbringer just has no SAT stat, right? So, for example, if you go for the Blood Moon Breaches, the Blood Moon Breaches have ranks to curses. If the ranks to curses are low roll, who cares? Right? And there's some of these items where you're like, yeah, okay. I mean, Vasili's Prayer, defensive posture low roll, who cares? Armor low roll, who cares? Well, like maximum life low roll, who cares? So I was like, that's a fine item. No, like even if all the other stuff would be low rolls, you would still be happy to get the max roll on willpower. Correct me if I'm wrong. 1, 2. Very good. Where was Fang and Claw? Fang and Claw was here. Actually, yoink the willpower out now. Good. I can get more armor. I can get more maximum life. Is there any resistance I missed? Resistance. Okay, so we can get more all resistance here. We can get more all resistance there. And we technically have a full resistance to all elements up there. And we have another resistance to all elements up there. So that's actually pretty good, I'd say. 2 potential ways to weasel out more resistances if I then wanted to. I mean, we could even get total armor and maximum life here, which I skipped because we don't need more maximum life. It's actually, like, I think that's quite sad, personally. Like, how it is more opportune for me to, like, skip maximum life, because why would I get more maximum life if I have enough, right? It was before never the option. You never were like, do I skip maximum life? No, you want maximum life. You want all the maximum life for shizzle. If you go for this, you would be able to move your way towards the outside here for that maximum life. Oh, you're not activated, Outmatch? I've never activated you? Oops. My apologies? Why have I never activated you? My apologies. She's missing out on 15% physical damage. Oops. So we need to pull out a dex point back here. Good. That was reasonable. So now our resistances are somewhat better. Still not good, but somewhat better. Bouncer, I'm very fine. Thanks for asking. Commando, cheers for the Dune videos. I can't wait to actually play some more Dune. Okay, we still need gloves, chat, because our gloves are still a pile of sadness. I mean, I could at least temper this pile of sadness, I guess. What you could do for the offensive temper is you could go for Earth critical strike chance. And then we could go probably for another pulverized size temper. Yeah. And then masterwork. Okay, I don't want... Yeah. So now we would be sitting at 54% plus another 8.2%. That's quite nice. We can go for Nightmare Dungeon Escalation. No, you know what? We need to go for... No, we need to go for Nightmare Dungeon Escalation because I need more up to side. Was just watching your video and getting the large spice refinery. Dude, I am so happy to have that one. Now we need to get more still. Okay, let's get some more Opticite, guys, so we can masterwork some more. And then I'd say we farm the Lightbringer, okay? What do you prefer for Opticite, guys? Do you like to go more for the Infernal Hordes, or do you prefer to go for the Nightmare Dungeon right now? I gotta say that I do severely hate Nightmare Dungeons, but I notice how much more Opticite I'm getting, but not only how much more Opticite I'm getting. The interesting part is that on top of the amount of Opticite you're actually getting, you are also showered with more loot. Because if you get the strong rooms, right, you have a higher chance to get greater affix items, and then you do another strong room, greater affix items, and that actually leads to quite a nice outcome. Whereas if I do the Infernal Horde, I only have one single chance for greater affix item. Now, there is one advantage, though, that you pretty much have with Infernal Horde, and that's reputation. So, Bouncer, the farm is very good. The family is doing well. My child is now in the Otter class, which is amazing. And she is not with some of the, like, you know, when your child is in kindergarten and you know all the other kids she goes to school with, and you know that some of these kids are annoying, and you're actually looking forward for her to go into that class where some of the annoying kids are not in. That's good. So we get the good class, Chan. One up, let's go. I mean, you never know what other annoying kids might arise. Okay, leave me alone. I'm trying to take that thingy here. Thank you. Go to the nameless too. Ah, yeah, that was just running through. Is Pit still the best XP farm? Yes, Pit is still the best XP farm. That being said, what do you want to farm XP for? I mean, if you're trying to go for 300 Paragon points down, you do that one single time, and I would recommend doing it on the Eternal Realm, because the Eternal Realm actually stores your progress for forever, right? I still, as the content creator, have not done 300 Paragon points. Wow, I just did so much damage to that guy. Like, seriously. I'm just gonna absolutely send a pack in. Do you use Rampaging Werebeast? Yes, Jet. Sorry for not seeing your question. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Don't forget to add Ponyhoff. Rampaging Werebeast is another 100% critical strike damage. So as long as that is active, it pretty much doubles your critical strike damage, which is huge, I'd say. Right? And I'm pretty much making sure that the cooldown and the duration add up. Especially since you can extend the duration, right? So I can reduce thingies, but I can extend duration. But now if we're looking at critical strike damage, we're looking at like more critical strike damage. So that's nice. See, my Rampaging Werebeast is now up still for how many seconds? Like I'm still going for another 22 seconds in Werebear form, right? While the cooldown is already over. So that's the main thing you're always trying to achieve. Oh wow, it's Obol Reserve, Chad. Obol Reserve. One of the best Horadric dungeons to hit. Because who doesn't want to have like Obolds galore? Like seriously, Obolds are just king. Probably need to go back in the map to find like all the Obol shrines to hit them up. Huh? Obolds! Oh yes. All the Obolds. Travel to the haunted tunnels. Wait. What's the haunted tunnels? Oh no. Actually, this one might be good, as I can find more Obol Reserve chests. Yeah. You know what? This one might actually be good. Let's see if I can find some more. And I'm also here for actual like goddamn up the side, so I might farm a bit longer. Come on, you get another chest up here, don't you? They didn't, Chad. They didn't. Counters, so you get all the Horadric chests. I mean, it would be nice to know if there's more around, but I guess we could also discover more instead of being just stubborn hurling forward, right? My first time in your channel, but I've used all your guides many times and I have been extremely helpful, so thank you for the guides. Well, howdy Nightwish. Welcome everyone. I just completed Pit 64 and finished get all my glyphs to Legendary. Let's go, Chad. That's what we like to see. Getting all your glyphs to Legendary is such a nice step to hit in character progression. That's what I also like to say about the Diablo 4 character progression. I know you might be tired of hearing me say that, but I feel like just from a character progression standpoint, like Diablo might not be the most sophisticated game, but it just got a nice roadmap to check. Get 60, get Paragon points. Masterwork your temper your gear, masterwork your gear, get your glyphs to 46, right? Just has a nice progression curve that's easy to understand. I get it. Everything is itching. I got stuck by these. So you know mosquitoes, right, chat? I don't know what the English word is. So mosquitoes are the tiny ones. But what are the like the bigger horse mosquitoes called? That are just like this large, like X times the size of a normal mosquito with like the fat body. They're called in English. Like these kind of mosquitoes here, these ones, like the bigger ones. What are they called? Is it called a horsefly? In Germany, it's called a Bremse. You know, the giant mosquitoes that are really hard. It's a horsefly. That's the word. I'm from Germany. If we were doing gardening and it seems like I smell good, I have sweet blood, I don't know. But I've been absolutely tortured by these monsters. Yeah, they leave mountains on you when they bite. Exactly. I got 5 right now. 4 on my legs and 1 on my arm. And my wife didn't get a single one, so I guess I'm the sweet one in this case. I'll write it on my flag. Mosquito victim. Not pleased, chat. Not pleased. The Bremse is a bot fly. Okay. They sting through your clothes. Yes, they're very annoying. That's why my arm is itching the whole time. Not because of all the drugs injected, right, chat? Surely. That all streamers are taking to stay performing. All those poor just chatting streamers full of Adderall to somehow cope with the content they're creating. Who said that? Don't forget to remove your deep desert base in Dune today. Don't worry, I didn't rebuild it. I made my base survive for 28 days without me having to lift a single finger, because I obviously wanted to focus on the jiggy majiggy. Oh, I should have probably like started collecting the more attunement stuff. Oops. I didn't want to like focus on the Dune while we're playing the Diablo. They're called assholes. Yep, that's true. Oh, great. I just went back into the Horadric portal. Yay! Let's go out of the Horadric portal again. Do you think there's a point in having more than 100% lucky hit chance? Yes, Vertex. Because lucky hit chance has 2 components. Lucky hit chance has the component on the skill, here, Pulverize. And lucky hit chance has the component on the effect. So right now, my Pulverize would have a 29% lucky hit chance, okay? And if I now take Andariel's Visage, that has a 20% lucky hit chance to trigger. So in 29% of the cases, I would have a 20% chance to trigger. In order to calculate how high your chance actually is, you would calculate 20% of 29%, okay? That's how low the chance actually is, which is pretty low. 20% of 29% is not a lot. If you have my skill up to 100% lucky hit chance, for example, so if Pulverize would say lucky hit chance 100%, then in 100% of the cases, I would have a 20% chance to trigger, which means a 20% chance to trigger. This though in vice versa means, if I now bring my Pulverize up to a 200% lucky hit chance, which will never happen because Pulverize has a very low lucky hit chance, but assuming that, you would actually make your skill have more than 100%, which I have had on... I think on Necro I had a skill that goes over. So yeah, my Bone Spear was actually sitting at like 120% lucky hit chance. That means then that in 120% of the cases, you're actually having a chance to calculate. Now, this is a base assumption because we don't know how Diablo calculates the lucky hit chance actually. But assuming you would have a 200% lucky hit chance, that would mean that it's like 20% of 200%. So it would be a 40% chance to actually trigger something. If Blizzard then calculates that way. And it's very hard to actually prove if it then actually does calculate that way or not. So realistically, having any build that relies on lucky hit chance is always going to be iffy. Because a lot of the lucky hit chances are shit. Do you have the bug where it doesn't show the ether total in the Infernal Horde? At this point, it's not a bug anymore. It's a feature. Because how long has it been? 3 seasons? I mean, if it's longer than 2 seasons, it's a feature. So you not seeing the ether is obviously intended. Why would it not be intended? Right? Right? Surely. I mean, on my very first Infernal Horde, I did actually have the ether counter. I was so happy, and then I didn't have it anymore. Repairing the game actually fixed it for you. Interesting. I would like to know if that is a replicable way of doing things. It's definitely annoying that it's still in, but as I said, it's now part of the game. So rejoice. It's an intended game mechanic, at least at this point. Okay, so how are we going now, guys, from 1 billion to 10 billion? What would help us rise in damage? And I think the answer is pretty simple, like getting a Lightbringer that has a 600% instead of 380% should probably help tons, huh? How do you transition from Torment 1 to Torment 4 so fast? I actually do have a guide up on that, Commander Haribo. But it depends on the build you're going for. This build was really easy to transition because you pretty much just have to get the Rotting Lightbringer, preferable with a greater affix, but even without a greater affix, I was sitting in Torment 3, and suddenly the build was getting such a power boost, it's actually insane. Right? So it really depends, again, on the build and how the build gains power. The same was for Hand of Nas Necro. As soon as you got the Hand of Nas, your power just went up like what the fucking figgity fuck, right? Like suddenly your power went through the roof. Because of how the build works. Wait, the next area is usually right there on the side. Yeah. The 9K jobs Microsoft will kick out, the bugs will stay. Hey, but Microsoft will replace these people through AI, so probably AI will solve that right? Surely, Chan. I mean, you know? Save us, AI! Dude, they just got absolutely melted, poor lords. Probably. Okay, die, Astaroth. You scummy scoundrel. Waiting for my Grizzly Rage to be up. Oh, wow. Oops. Not waiting for my Grizzly Rage to be up, just dying. Do you also play PoE? Yes, but only PoE 2. I don't like PoE 1. I know that's a weird take for some people, but I only like PoE 2. Shindor, thank you for the brand new Prime subscription. Appreciation, sir. Hope you're doing well. Haven't obviously played PoE 2 now in a while because of missing content. So I think we're all just sitting here waiting for Grinding Gear Games to get their shit together. and stop pumping out so much PoE 1 content and finally give us some news on PoE 2. Why not? I'm not mad at people enjoying their PoE 1 league, but like how long has it been now without any news PoE 2 related? It was always going to be this way, right? The game was always going to struggle keeping like both games positively alive and doing their best to like really give us good news on both fronts. Okay, right now, like, he put down this fire bonus, and I'm just standing in that fire, and I don't like it. Always going to be a bit of a lackluster. And now we get exactly that problem, right? If I go onto the Path of Exile Discord, I only see news about the first, and actually nothing about the second. Oh, really? That last meteor actually killed me? Big sigh. I can't press a button, by the way. I'm waiting for revive at checkpoint. Okay, we get a dagger with 2 greater affixes. That's surely going to be amazing. Munchkin, 1 year without a PoE 1 league. Oh, Munchkin, again, I don't begrudge people enjoying their PoE 1, but they obviously, like, I don't also care, you know, about PoE 1. I enjoy their new game, PoE 2. So everything PoE 1 related just feels like always like they're wasting their time for people who enjoy PoE 2. Like, right? It doesn't matter for someone who likes the new game how long you haven't gotten anything in the first part. It's like I don't care. I don't. I know it sucks to say that. Okay, we need to defeat 200 monsters before the Hellborn arrives, okay? And open 10 tortured in a single Hell Tide. We should be able to do that, right? But probably the Druid here is not the perfect build for it. I should do this with my Necromancer, because my Necromancer is just easier to get the stuff together. But hey. Because the Necro, like with minions, just walks AFK through this and everything dies. So, by the way, Magarus, the difficulty of PoE 2 is actually the reason why I like PoE 2 so much. So you're saying you don't constantly want to play Dark Souls, but that's the reason why I played PoE 2, because PoE 2 feels like I'm actually fighting the game to make progress, right? I mean, I played Diablo 4 because I have casual, amazing fun. I make a character, I feel like a god. I like Mr. Big Dick swinging around, right? It's like, look at me, lol. That's why I play this game. And then when I play PoE 2, I'm just like, oh my god, I'm fighting the game. I'm fighting to survive. I'm fighting to breathe, right? I'm fighting to trade with a trader. I'm fighting to have resources to do something. I'm fighting with a crafting system. It's like, I'm fighting with everything, right? I'm fighting to exist. Sounds harsh. It's the main reason I'm having fun in that game. Yeah, but sometimes we play to get hurt, exactly. You put a heart down, I can put another heart down. I'm not putting more than 1 heart down, sir. Like, there better be someone else who puts a heart down. I'm just really looking forward to Path of Exile at Gamescom, because I will definitely be bugging Jonathan. Like last year, like you might not know this, guys, but I was only mildly interested in PoE 2. I wasn't just sure how good it's going to be. So last year I was at Gamescom and I was playing Path of Exile 2. I was actually getting some content in, so that was kind of cool. And they had like a nice little booth, and they got you USB sticks so you could actually download the content. So that was nice. And then Jonathan just pulled me off my PC. Like, okay, so I was just playing there. I was minding my business. I didn't even know it was Jonathan. Okay, this is how much I wasn't like super into PoE 2 yet. I had no clue who Jonathan Rogers was. So suddenly this guy with glasses walks up to me and he's like, hey, do you want to see something cool? Pulls me in another room and he's like, look, WASD feature. Give it a try. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. And he was just standing next to me like a child, like super excited. And he was like, hey, like, try. And he gave me the mercenary. And he was like, you try this right now. Like, I believe, you know, I better have fun now where that man is going to eat me. And it was cool. I enjoyed the WASD feature. Is Pulverize still a barely viable spec or actually good now? It's actually good now, sir. So the power curve has been absolutely flying through Torment 1, absolutely flying through Torment 2, 3. The jump into Torment 4 also easy. I mean, this character is now in total 8 hours old. I'm sitting in Torment 4. I am farming Belial if I want to. I can do Pit 75 already too, check mark. And I'm currently looking to actually take the next leap of damage to excel my damage to the 10 billion and then to the 100 billion. I just need to find out which steps I actually need to take to get there, right? Like, I definitely need to get the Lightbringer to see how much that's scaling. I need to get the next level of, I need to get better gloves that I can actually master work fully up. So that's also going to be an important step to take. So yeah, there's still like two, 3 steps to take for damage. And then I should at least do like 20, 30 billion, right? Best leveling strat for new charts this season. We have a video on that, Josh. I mean, we have a video on everything. I keep saying this so you have an in-depth answer. So I'm not saying this because I don't want to answer your question. I just say this because we have an in-depth answer for you if you're willing to check it out, right? That being said, you are starting on normal difficulty. Do the first side quest so you actually get the reputation bar unlocked. Get your disintegrate hero power because you want the disintegrate seasonal power. And then you technically can swap instantly to the hard difficulty or stay in normal as you're farming whispers, strong rooms, and hell tides. So the usual combination there actually. With level 35, you're going to start doing strongholds until level 50 roughly, and then it's more whispers again. And you're using those seasonal powers to make your resources come back better because there is there's something called reactive ooze, for example, and that increases your resource generation. It helps tremendously. Like, it pretty much made my druid have infinite resources like very early on. Okay, that's 1 chest, ladies and gentlemen. I need you to count chests with me because I'm bad at counting, and we need to open 10 chests, okay? 10 chests are needed. So let's get 10 chests open in 1 hell tide. 44 minutes left. And right now the top tier builds are all pretty fun, viable. They all have a nice power growth going on. Hey, I arrived to the right moment to grief a blood lady. Not that I need it, but griefing a blood lady is always good. Oh wow, someone's being invaded. Don't mind if I stay for a jiffy. Has anyone, by the way, noticed that the game is this season having worse performance? Like, I feel like when I put too many poison puddles down, actually the performance drops. Wasn't a problem last season with a lot of builds that had even more visual clutter. But I kind of feel like the game's performance has dropped a bit. I mean, it's still running good, but I do feel it's noticeable. I'm not trying to bash Diablo. Sorry, chat. I'm just asking. Okay, so I'm not the only one. Cool. I mean, I just need confirmation I'm not the only one. By the way, 1.8 billion chats, so we're almost at the 2 billion now. I don't actually know if we dropped a single 2 billion and I just missed it. By the way, that was chest number 2. Chest number 3 up there. You open 10 chests in 1 single hell tide. You obviously open all the armored chests first because they are the cheapest ones. Could have dealt at 2 billion already and I just didn't pay attention to it. Everything on max settings? I think so. The rubber banding on console. Okay, I wasn't aware console had rubber banding, but that's actually horrible. Rubber banding in any game is horrible. And I've played during the PUBG rubber banding era. If that is not a term that tells you anything, you have missed out. PUBG rubber banding era might have been one of the saddest way to play a game ever. What is the seasonal journey? I mean, I didn't even look at the seasonal journey much, and I pretty much like got it done passively. The only actual thing you need to really do is like really the Helltide ones, where you need to pay some attention. That's number 3. Is there any more? There is no armor related one left, huh? So let's teleport to the lower Helltide then. PUBG rubber bending was awful but funny going through a door. It was like the PUBG rubber bending was different. You could literally run for 5 seconds and then get teleported back. And you could drive a car and suddenly your car would also be teleported into the sky and other shenanigans. Because obviously it hit a rubber banding invisible bump in the world, and then yeah. Those were the days. I discovered you through PUBG. It's been a while, Crocodile. I mean, I'm still waiting for PUBG 2. Even though like I wouldn't play it as much as I did PUBG 1 back in the days, but I would still severely enjoy it to see an updated version. The problem is that even with a second part of a game franchise, the actual company behind the game doesn't change. So if the philosophy was bad with the first game, and if the decisions of the company were bad with the first game, then surprisingly or unsurprisingly, decisions are also going to be bad with the second game. Right? They're not magically going to become better unless they did significant changes to their team. Most of the times is not the case. Okay, was that chest number 4, chat? Chest number 5. We'll have to open like these 150 chests too, right? So 4. That's 5. Oh, nice, nice. Perfect. Infernal Hordes are very laggy. Okay, that's good to know. I mean, definitely a performance downturn. However, the game can actually get bad performance from a patch. Like, I don't understand enough coding how, like, a game that has good performance can suddenly have bad performance. Like, if you're not changing the base code, but again, what do I know? I'm just your friendly neighborhood spider armchair developer who says, fix game, please. Why don't you just press the fix server button? You know? Hire more developers. Don't fire them. Like, what do I know? A new engine, PUBG. Well, that Unreal 5 should technically be good for PUBG over Unreal 4, which is in right now, is definitely a thing. But I mean, if the developers at Crafton already sucked at coding the game on Unreal 4, doesn't mean that they're magically going to be able to code it better in Unreal 5, right? Well, they'll just do the same mistake on a different engine. Hire more developers. No, no, more is always better. Why would you hire better developers if you could just hire more? Like, the more is like more. Bigger damage numbers, more developers. Obviously the solution. How many developers does D4 have? We don't actually know the amount of developers. We know that the team around D4 is around 400 to 500 people. How many of those developers are like that's a different question, because a lot of them are probably graphic department people and so on. Also, a lot of people that work for Diablo don't work full-time for Diablo. So the way how it works at Blizzard is that you work on a game, but that doesn't actually mean like you work on a game. So you could work in the Blizzard graphic department, right? But the graphic department is not necessarily only responsible for Diablo. So you pretty much work as a graphic guy at Blizzard, and then you're being like you're being passed around, right? It's like, oh yeah, here, so StarCraft currently needs a graphic guy, and then what Warcraft needs a graphic guy, right? And then you're gonna be just working there and then and there and die. Same goes actually for developers and stuff like that, right? Okay, that would be number 6 if I'm not mistaken. So we need 4 more chests. I did actually ask all these questions because I was at the Blizzard HQ last year, and I wanted to know all these things. Just if you wonder. Sometimes a man just wants to know things. 600 developers. I mean, back in the days, maybe 600 developers legendary when the game got released. But since Microsoft took over and all the release waves of everything, and the thing I just told you about developers and graphic designers are just being very fluent in the Blizzard ecosystem. Yeah. Different. Favorite Necro build this season? The Minion build, followed up by the Shadowblight build. Okay, this is going to... Wait, we were at 6, right? I'm like consistently losing count. Yeah, and then you obviously have the people that are only responsible for the DLC and not like for the actual seasonal stuff and whatsoever. Isn't Blizzard lay off workers? Yes, and the Diablo team was definitely affected. We actually lost one of our partnership people, Chad. One of the like they didn't only let go of like new people or something, like quite a lot of old people were let go again, right? Quite a people that have been there for like 10 years plus. So it was not like they just fired a bunch of junior people. Nah. So that's 7 chests, so we need 3 more. And not even low performing people. Like we know that like some of the people that were let go were actually good people, you know, not useless people. Adam Jackson leaving was a huge loss for them. I met Adam Jackson as a person, and he was very knowledgeable and he was a good guy. I don't know how much like it is a loss or a boon, because sometimes team members that have a vision can also hold a game back, right? I mean, Adam Jackson was the lead class designer at that point, and I'm not sure how much he was like benefiting or holding back the game, right? Because sometimes the lead guy can also, due to him having a certain way of doing or wanting things, hold back the overall progression of where we could go, you know? Season 10 is going to be an Infernal Horde rework. And that is going to be huge because the Infernal Hordes that's number 8. Blizzard's best product in terms of Diablo. I mean, it's the best thing they have added to Diablo since the game is like next to the Loot Reborn. So actually, Season 5 and Season 4 have been Blizzard's strongest seasons so far. Despite them simply being rework seasons and not even content seasons. After Season 10, there's another expansion. The expansion is slated for next year. We don't know when exactly next year. But we know next year is supposed to be when the new expansion comes. Tybald's Will with maximum life. Actually, all stats would be better. Yeah, fucking love Infernal Hordes. Me too, brother. Me too. I mean, the Infernal Hordes rework has been the biggest piece of good news in a long while for me. Regarding any kind of reworks. Oh, shit. These are only weapon chests. That's a big yike-a-rooney doodle danny Andy for me. Because the big chests are always 150, right? Just hoping to get some more jewelry chests here. Great sadness ensured. Why don't we just open a bunch of 150 chests? Second expansion next summer. They haven't really given us a fixed date because it's ready when it's ready. I mean, they learned from the first expansion that it was definitely like they can't rush it. Right? Because otherwise the expansion might release in a not so awesome state. I mean, they'll definitely have to get in feedback from the community first again, some like more internal feedback, like where they get some people to like pre-play the new expansion, that kind of stuff. Because that always tremendously helps. They did actually do that with the last expansion. I had some like, you know, people like pre-test, tried some things. Oh, my phone is ringing. That's the wife probably. I need to double check this before I'm in trouble. Okay, I'm good. I'm not in trouble. Saved. Okay, that should be number 9. So now we need number 10. What is the Infernal Horde rework? Well, we don't know, but season 10 is going to be the Infernal Horde rework. My biggest issue is that we're 1 week into the new season. Not even 1 week. We're 6 days into the new season. And I know that I will need another 7 days to get all the other classes to 60 and fully flashed out. So this is truly a 2-week season and not more. And that's in case you want to actually just simply get it like if you play multiple classes. If you play not multiple classes, it's more like a 10-day season. So now that means for me personally, I will be done in 8 days roughly. And then I have to wait until October to play Diablo again. Is it October? Or is it September? But yeah, you get my drift, right? I am struggling with Belial. Which tier Belial? Torment 3 Belial should be relatively easy for you with 160 Paragon points, depending on your equipment. Torment 4 Belial is like, I can kill him right now. But it's also not as fast as Torment 3. I mean, we can go to Belial in a second. I'll show you how long it takes. So we're not there to like ultra kill him like ultra giga fast as we did with the Necro. Still need to get like the next level of the build. What's the best way to level a second character? Get the disintegrate power and then just go ham. In probably hard difficulty. I wouldn't go expert, it's not worth it. But the disintegrate power helps tons. In tier 4 mode. Yeah, well, in tier 4 with 160 Paragon points, like you might not have hit all the legendary notes yet, right? You should also make sure to have all your Paragon glyphs upgraded to 45. So these are definitely two stops to hit. Okay, one single cinder is missing. That should be chest number 10. A beginner's guide, yes, sir. On the channel, there's a beginner guide that touches on renown and everything. We did it, chat. Loot Master. Let's go. Okay, that's knocked out. 10. Now I need to... Oh, I'm done. Okay, I wanted to say I need to do other things. No, I'm done. Wah! Ha, 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 ha. But where am I missing a cinder? I miss a cinder somewhere. Which activity am I missing that would give me a cinder? Oh, here. Here we go. Yibba-dibba-doo! Yibba-dibba-doo! Action. Ah. What am I getting here? Anything useful? Nope. 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 Could keep that. Overcharge, aftershock, crawler, nothing too special.
Use it well.
Okay, Belial I said, right? Belial, let's go. Is the Skeleton Mage friendly for controllers? The problem is I don't play controller, so it's harsh to tell you if it's good for controller. But assuming the functionalities of the build that you pretty much run in a circle and just pop Soul Rift and some Blights, it should be simple to play. I don't see why it shouldn't. Trample, Cyclone, Grizzly Rage, make puddles. So this is Torment for Belial now. We're making puddles. Keep in mind that we're hitting for billions already. Okay. So I am hitting for billions. And when like my puddles hits him, actually, like you have all these puddle poison poopies go out and hit him hard. But we take a while and we have danger of dying. So we actually do have danger of dying. Because we don't have Resties. So like my Resties are looking like this. And I don't have a meaningful way to get my Resties forward. Actually. I wish I had, but I don't. Wow, that was a lot of damage there. A lot of puddles came together for a lot of damage there. Just there, right? So see, we get the chance to do like a big damage boost technically. Oh, I was swapped in the puddle, but yeah. Ta-da. Right here is my support, sir. The 15% extra resties. Ah, that's what you're talking about. Yes, we could do right here for the 15% extra resties, but that would feel bad because I would do right here for resties, and I want Variana for attack speed. But it's definitely a solution for my current predicament. Oh no, I hate when he does that. Poison puddles. So you notice we can kill him, but it's not worth it for me right now to do Torment for Belial because it just takes, you know. If I'm not hitting my poison pools and he's just standing in there, oops, and then we just don't get him like killed fast enough. So that's why I don't actually do Torment 4 Belial with a Druid right now. I would just do Torment 3. I think Torment 4 would be vastly easier if I had the Lightbringer and better. But that's like the conundrum, right? The chicken and the egg problem. Good after boob, Katie. So I would have to I would have to kill Belial a lot of times to get a better toxic Lightbringer. But in order to kill Belial a lot of times, I need a better toxic Lightbringer. So how am I going to chicken and egg this situation now? And that's then where Torment 3 comes in, right? Because in order to kill the man more often, I need to kill the man more often to then kill the man more often. See, like right now I created puddles, and my puddles are also in a way where they actually hit him. So that's also a problem with Belial, I feel. Like he's standing in a way, and I just haven't figured out where I need to make the puddles perfectly so he actually gets hit by the puddles. Because you notice sometimes he just takes so much damage, right? Sometimes he just takes so much damage. But it's because you're like, you gotta put the puddles, I think, not too close to him. So you actually need to stand like a bit away, that the puddles you're making are also like fully formed, and then poop out all the poop. Because otherwise you're kind of like making only half puddles, and I'm not sure if half puddles are actually getting like the full poison shebang. That's actually like, see if I'm standing close, like very close, like you get the full size of the puddle. I don't actually know if the half size of the puddle is doing the full puddle thingies, you know? But the puddles are obviously where the damage comes from. So you want to have puddles. And preferable like the full puddling happening. And then when that, see, like this is when the full puddling was happening, and he was just taking all the damage. I call it the full puddling. Good. Au revoir. But if you compare it like to Torment 3, obviously, where we just look at him and he just dies, then that's a huge difference, right? With harder build, it takes you 3 seconds. I mean, with my Shadow Blight build, it also takes me a couple of seconds. With the Necromancer, it takes me a couple of seconds. But this is a Druid, sir. This is neither the Necro nor the Sorcerer. I mean, if your Sorcerer can farm me Druid gear, then please do that. Thank you, sir. You know, if your sword can farm me Druid gear, do that. Are the puddles damage over time? No, the puddles are overpowered. It's a bit weird because like the way how the little Balancens max ladle is worded. So you got, if no puddle is around you, Pulverize forms a puddle that guarantees its own overpowers and deals 600% of its normal damage as poison damage over 7 seconds. Okay, but pulverizing causes all closed puddles to splash 60% of their total damage within the area around them. This means that you're gonna make an overpowering pulverized puddle. That means you have to do as much overpowered pulverized damage as possible, right? You want to do like the biggest as you can to then potentially like have your puddles do more, to then have your puddles like spew out the damage that you put into them. So you want to essentially do a super overpower damage, a super pulverized overpower puddle that then due to you like pulverizing more, like spew out more damage. See, that's what we mean with Torment 3 Belial compared to Torment 4 Belial, right? More difficulty 2 tier 4. Well, more difficulty 2 tier 4 is certainly not something they want to do, and certainly not something that would actually be healthy for the game. So creating a bigger chase is like not making the game better. There's a difference in gear from tier 3 to tier 4. So the big difference between tier 3 and tier 4 is just going to be that you drop 1 item more from Belial. 1 or 2 items more. I don't remember how many more items it was. But yeah, it's not a significant difference. Not a single light bringer. I want more light bringer. So now we simply need to get a toxic light bringer with a greater affix on willpower and a 600% roll, chat. Right? Surely that shouldn't be a problem. Then again, Urivar seems to be dropping everything but Lightbringers, right? I tend to get these. Oh, that's Paingorger's Gauntlets. And that's actually a very well-rolled Paingorger's Gauntlets with 6 basics and the attack speed plus 100%. I should be able to sell that one quite decently. Right? So let's kill him like another 10 times or so and hope that we get a thing out of it. I'll definitely see if I can sell that Paingorgers. I know Paingorgers is somewhat bugged right now, but still people want it. What means somewhat bugged? Well, somewhat bugged. That's what it is. Yeah, Paingorgers is not 100% working the way it should, Livy. Let me check the Discord. I always have the Discord full of the complaints, like the bug reports from content creators. So, Wanton Aspect, Ugly Bugless back, Infinite Gloom, Paingorgers don't work. Ah, so, use something. What it is, don't work with multi-hitting basic skills. Ah, so the Paingorgers don't work if your basic skill is hitting multiple enemies. If that makes any sense to you. Or not correctly. There's something not as good as it could. Did you kill Lilith? Yes, I killed Lilith on day 1, I think. Or day 2. Like pretty much 8 hours into the season, Lilith was dead. On Torment 1, obviously. Why would you kill anywhere else? Mythic items? No, mythic items drop the same in any Torment tier. Okay. Great! A triple greater affix helmet. Where are my Lightbringers? I hate you, Urivar. Like, really? A Gathlin Birthright? Chad? Gathlin's Birthright? Triple greater affix? Like, I can't even be happy about it. Like, that's the problem because it doesn't do anything. Right? Just absolute sadness. Sell it? No one will buy it. I mean, who's plays a Gathlin's Birthright build? And not only that, it's also the worst ones. It doesn't even have upgrades to humanity. If you had that, you want to have the upgrades to humanity. Okay, what pants did I get there? The Storm Companion. I'm not sure if people actually play it, but let's keep it. Okay, that Lightbringer is, again, it's actually better than mine, chat. It's slightly better than mine. With 560%, but it's not what I want. Yesterday, I got a GA intelligence on willpower percentage Lightbringer, but it's 100% less. I can't quantify it, but usually the willpower is the most important thing to get because willpower is just multiplying up your all damage. That being said, like, I think the most important part about the Lightbringer is to get the percentage up. That's another pants with 2 greater affix. Are you kidding me? Because if you're not getting, like the percentage is creating, the biggest puddles. So if no puddles around you, Pulverize forms a puddle that guarantees its own overpower and deals 600% of its normal damage, okay? And Pulverizing then has them go outwards. So that multiplier is directly the big damage, right? No matter what other thing you're getting up, if that multiplier is not high, like you're just missing out. Pull from Varshan, yeah, it feels like Urivar's drop table is like shitty. So you're saying Varshan, like we should rather try to get it from Varsh instead of Urivar? I'm like let's try. I'll trust you indiscriminately. Is resistance cap different this season? No. What's different is that we're all using Horadric Jewels, and Horadric Jewels are only giving you 6% resistance instead of the Royal Diamond giving you 12% resistance. That means I'm missing 18% resistance that I would otherwise have. So surprisingly or unsurprisingly, that would be better. Okay, chat is saying, Pony, go for Varsh. You got it all. See, there it is. There it is. Just without a greater affix. I mean, at least I've seen 2 right away, so that's already good. You know? By the way, which unique do you need for Stormclaw? Do you need the Staff of the Crone? Should I try to get like a high roll Staff of the Crone to sell? For people that play Stormclaw builds? Does a glove with GA, max life, and core skill sell for anything good? Yep. Max core skill always sells. Okay, why is Varshan giving you so many more Lightbringers? That's stupid. Than Urivar? I'm like, seriously, what is that? Why? We're getting like, oh, that's again poison damage. Are you kidding me? I just want the willpower. See, like there's just Lightbringers like crazy dropping out. Damn. I was just getting Lightbringers for days. How do you get that much gold? Trading. The only way to get this much gold is via trading. There's no other super secret shortcut. Yeah, I mean, so far Varsh has every single time dropped like a Lightbringer. Cool. You want a weapon upgrade? Yes, Mr. Nasty, I want a weapon upgrade. You mouse wheel to pick up items? No, I just clickety click clack clack click click clack 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 clack. I got a fast clickety clackety finger. Oh wait, the game is lagging. Sorry, chat. Should fix that. That's better. Where do you get the chest you need for Werebear? Grégoire is the Galvanic Saint. And for the chest, you want to have the greater affix on Urzen Strength bonus. Urzen Strength is what you want to have. And the 5 ranks, obviously. If you don't have the 5 ranks, you're kind of screwed. How do you find people for trading? Diablo.trade. I know no one of us wants to use the third-party website, but Diablo.trade is the official Diablo 4 trading website. As official as it can get. Okay, I was praising Varshan too much, guys. He's not dropping Lightbringers anymore. I repeat, he's not dropping Lightbringers anymore. It's bad out here. Probably like take all my Malignant Hearts and just go for some Malignant Heart runs. Just kill Varsh in a row. There's some ace again, but no greater affix. Sadness. Cheers in the chat. I would like to have the opportunity to spend like, I don't know, 4 times the amount of husks to just get guaranteed loot I'm looking for. I'm a simple man. Just give me what I want. I only play Necrosauric, but this build looks fun. Nicholas, it is fun. It's the, like, so Pulverize Druid has always been fun. it's interesting to figure out how to pulverize as much as possible, how to pulverize overpower as much as possible. That's going to be... So, chat, I don't want to freak you out, but that's going to be my third Endariel's Visage, okay? Oh, no. Wow, that's actually a good roll. Damn. And it's a willpower Rotten Lightbringer with 340%. So I got what I want, but it's not what I want because it's bad. Like 340% doesn't do anything for me. Like right, sure, it would be better than what I currently have because it's like willpower instead of the poison damage, but still wouldn't be useful. Shadow, do you take more players into the guild in Dune? You can send me a Twitter DM with your name and I can invite you when I log back in. As I log back in. Be the best way to get it done. That's my 4th mythic that has dropped for me, by the way. Chat. 4th mythic now. Well, it's pretty good. I usually don't drop that many mythics. Could I use this, by the way, for this build? Yeah, I could. Wouldn't be too terrible. I get you waves. No. Thank you for offering, Nasty. But I'm not going to take your stuff. You know? I either find my own stuff or I'm doomed. That's the philosophy we apply on this channel. Locking Crest is always good. Depends on the builds. I mean, Ear of Perdition is most of the time better. Wow. Wow, Chan. That's a ring with 4 greater affixes. It's yeah, great. Fucking fantastic. Hey, chat, look. Look, chat. I drew the most useless item in the world. If that would have been at least Era's Inexorable Will, that would have been interesting, right? You could have done something with this. But that's just the biggest sadness in existence. I can't complain though, chat. We've gotten another mythic item today, so I'll be happy. I'll be content. But I definitely want my Rotten Lightbringer. No build uses this. That's because Mother's Embrace is a complete useless item. It was an interesting item if you got it while leveling. So if you got a Mother's Embrace back in the days while leveling, that was huge. But nowadays, it's absolutely useless and not needed anymore. Okay, no Lightbringer inside. I guess I have to get my husk for my Necro in a bit. I just want a good Lightbringer. I just want to see how much damage difference is, huh? Chat. Is that too much to ask for to want a 600% Lightbringer? I don't feel like that's too much to ask for. This is a very reasonable request. Very reasonable. I've used a really good Mother's Embrace before Mythic Ring. Yeah, my condolences. What's the bug with Druid Puddles? There is no bug, as far as I know. Okay, so we have a 600% Lightbringer with chance for Pulverize to hit twice. I guess. Gonna masterwork that bad boy. And what do we want to hit, actually? We want to hit Pulverize twice? I guess. Because if Pulverize hits twice, then he hits twice inside the puddle, right? Let's destroy that.
What's still got some good in it?
No, I need more opticite. Oh no, chat.
Well done.
Okay, let's see how much more damage there is right now. First, we're testing this inside the pit. I see your amulet has the earth skill slows enemies aspect, does it? Oh. Oops. Does that mean we have been doing 2 billion damage, missing our 90% damage aspect the whole time? Chat? So, my friend, thank you for making me aware of this. We don't actually play the quicksand aspect. It is just like that we forget to swap the aspect since the moment we get the new amulet. So we actually want to play the aspect of the rabbit bear, which means we have been missing a 90% damage multiplier the whole time. Interesting. Interesting. Like, I mean, it's funny that we have been doing 2 billion damage, like, without that. Oh, 3 billion damage, huh? Who would have guessed? One could say, yikes. Now the question rather is, what's the big damage difference? Is it now because we're okay 3.8 billion damage? Is the big difference because we have been using the 600% Lightbringer, or is it because we have the aspect back again? Right? Nasty, thanks for giving a subscription away. Nasty, appreciate it. Thank you for everyone for contributing to the stream, for allowing us to do the do. Yeah, so, like, we're at least hitting 3 billion, but I know 100 billion is possible. So we gotta work on more damage, right? So what could we do to increase it further? I mean, when we're talking about 100 billion possible, we're also talking about, like, the end gear, right? I think, like, my biggest damage boost right now would be the better gloves, because gloves could have 6 ranks to pulverize or something in that direction. So that would be a huge differentiator, right? The runes back in? Yeah, we have the runes back in. Okay, this should allow us to kill Torment for Belial now. I mean, tempering that Pulverize hit twice was also... Oh, 5 billion. Chat, there it was. Okay, we're almost at the double digits, ladies and gentlemen. We don't need much more for double digits. By the way, we did this one here before in 3 minutes or like, I think we did it in 4 minutes almost. We just cut the time down to 3 minutes with all the changes, so I guess we're doing good. See, that's 12:27. It's actually sub 3 minutes for that. It's kind of nice. Yeah, another 5 billion. Cool. Like to see it. Oh, it was definitely a good one. What we need now, glove-wise. Okay, chat. The perfect glove would have ranks to pulverize, attack speed, and willpower. That's what we need. Yeah, 6 ranks to pulverize would likely double your damage. I think so. It should definitely have a huge impact. But where do I get pulverized gloves now the easiest? Should we look on the trade website, chat? If there is one. I mean, 6 ranks to pulverize gloves are just going to be like 5 billion or something. That's the problem. I just don't have the money. I mean, I could afford to waste 1 billion for gloves, probably. Should we check? I just really want to see the damage. This is one of the problems with Diablo, because if I now want a greater affix pulverized glove, I could do everything I want, right? I could oboe gamble for it, but there's no guarantee I would ever get it. There's absolutely zero guarantee I would ever see that. Now we could play our Harlequin Crest or our Air of Petition for another 60% bonus damage, but like that's not what I'm looking for, right? I am looking for the damage increase with natural means. Mercher, love you since Warzone. Keep up the work. I'll do that, my friend. I am not planning to stop doing the do. Trippy, thank you for the 42 months, by the way. Trippy, in case I missed that. I am not planning to stop doing the do. I am very much still enjoying my gerb, which is good. You're not burned out on it. I mean, we have so many cool games to actually play on our game roster right now, in case you missed it. We have Diablo, we have Path of Exile 2, we have Dune Awakening as a game that I actually actively follow. We have Once Human, which has been a bit lackluster on the updates, but it's getting better. There is just tons of games who work actually really well for and with this channel. Any kind of Souls game has always worked, right? So we're proud of that. Even Clair Obscure did do good. We just got so much to cover left, right, and center. Oh, 6 billion almost. Woo! Did you finish Lies of P? Yes. Oh, 6.5 billion. There you go. We finished the Lies of P DLC. Yes. It was really tough. We actually used the summon for the final boss, and I don't feel bad about it. Because the final boss was like... Oh, lol, 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 lol. Quite the menace. Can't actually wait for the next project from the Lies of P devs. I hope to find the Lies of P devs actually at Gamescom, and then I'll just be like, I love your game. Please tell me everything. I need to make myself a t-shirt this year for Gamescom, so I don't have to introduce myself anymore. I'll just make a t-shirt where it's like Ponyhoff written over it, big. That's it. My name's Ponyhoff with like a arrow to my face, and I just don't have to introduce myself to developers. I'll just waltz up. I'll put like my Twitch numbers, like 500k followers, 300k on YouTube, and that's it. I just waltz up to a booth and be like, tell me everything. I have come. I have to watch your Tainted Grail playthrough. Dude, Tainted Grail was so good. Orloch. I'm actually so pleased with the roster of games that we've gotten this season. I don't know, like we've at least played 20 different games, I think, this year so far. Which is a lot, you know? Usually creators play like one game, maybe two. We got an update to Aspect of the Rabbit Bear, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, 62%. Let's go. Going from 90% to 93. Huh. Easy dab in the chat. Okay, let's try to get a glove. Come on, chat. I just want more ranks to pulverize. I don't want much. Attack speed. Boom. Attack speed, willpower, and I could roll ranks to pulverize. That's good. That's actually, we can work with that, huh? I mean, it's not what I would be looking for, like, you know, it's not what I maximum want, but I guess I'll take it. Still check the trading website so you've seen it, chat. So this is diablo.trade. Let me log in my credential. Okay, diablo.trade. Items, filter. I want equipment type, glovies. I want those glovies to have pulverize greater affix. Pulverize greater affix. Only shadow is there. I might not offer him 1 billion gold and we'll see what happens. Okay. Enterprise. 1. How many zeros does 1 billion have? 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million? 100. That's 1 billion. Okay. Let's see. When is it worth returning to PoE 2 on new season, or would we play now? It's in a good state right now, but I would actually wait for Gamescom because then we get more news about 3.0 update. Because the 3.0 update should be around the corner. I would hate to lose my attack speed aspect, but I guess it is what it is. Oh, here. Ladies and gentlemen, the poor man's pulverized gloves. Okay, now let's try to get 3, okay? So how long would it take me to get +3 to pulverize? Do we want to find that out, Chad? Do we want to descend into sadness? Only to then have the guy sell me the gloves for 1 billion. So, do we want to just descend into sadness? I mean, how long could this possibly take? +2 to core skills. +3 to lightning storm. I'm surprisingly getting a lot of skill rolls. I'm actually really surprised how many skill rolls I've seen. Like, right? There's almost every 3rd or 4th roll is a skill roll, which is rather surprising because usually it takes like ages to see something. I mean, even seeing +2 to core skills has been, wow, earth-shattering. Hey, Chad, it costs only 1 million to reroll. That's dirt cheap. I'm probably just going to reroll like 1 billion now to get this to +3, to then just waste another 1 billion to get it. Stoneburst. Landslide. Temper first? Nah. You don't understand that I would be okay with, like, minimal temper outcome, sir. You miss the point that I am very fine with minimal temper outcomes. Here, pulverize size. Ta-da. And overpower damage. We're happy now? Okay, +3 to landslide I've seen now 3 times, I think. But not +3 to pulverize. I feel like I'm being scammed. +2 to lightning storm. This is peak gameplay, Chad. Peak maxing out gameplay. I'm sorry if I don't find this very appealing, and this should not be peak gameplay. But it is. +3 to tornado. +2 to tornado. Now they're just mocking me. How much gold have we wasted already? 100 million? Good. Let's go on. You know what I would like? If I could automatize this process. I could just be like, okay, just keep rolling until I have 3 pulverize. And then I press the button. And then I just see my gold just slowly leach away. Hey, chat GPT, could you reroll for me until I have +3 pulverize? And then suddenly 2 billion gold is gone and you still don't have it. Because that's the problem, right? It was a Giga Chat move to get the temper in the first roll. There you go, Chad. Woo! It only cost us everything. Right? Okay, now we want to temper pulverize. Okay, okay. Cool, cool. Now we want to temper pulverize again. Hooah! Robbery. Disgusting robbery. Okay, we're going to put that on instead of the thing we have right now. And then we need the aspect of retaliation. So what's the big difference between these two gloves now, chat? So, 4 ranks to pulverize. This is off. We would have a damage multiplier of 285% with a 47,264 base damage, right? And if we now get the 4 ranks to pulverize bonus, you go up to a 345%. Yes, the actual damage scaling on pulverize is quite insane. So 4 more ranks, it's like 60% more scaling on the pulverize, which leads to obviously more damage down the line. Surprise, who would have guessed? Should we do an Infernal Horde for leveling? Kitty, are you online? Do you want to do an Infernal Horde? We're going to wait for Kitty to say something, and then we just bang through a tenor. Just why not? See, there you go. Kitty is ready. 1 spark for the Hov, ladies and gentlemen. Oh god! Oh god! Items! We have the Basilisk, okay? The Basilisk again. Unsung Rabs. A Greater Affix Polearm. Offhand. Weapon. Sadness that gets destroyed. Have you seen the Stormclaw build? No, I have not. I have only been interested in playing Pulverize Druid. And wait, yeah, do your coffee. And then we go. Okay, I'm going to write the guy for the billion that I'm good and I don't need it anymore. I'm just happy with my outcome right now. But you notice how big the damage gain will now be, hopefully, with the retaliation gauntlets. We'll see about that. Did my mercenaries make some levels? 4 levels and 2. So we're going to take Rahir now as our merc. And Rahir needs to give us... Where was the resistance? Here. Rahir gives us resistance. And then Rahir gives us also the 15% damage increase, right? Yeah. And we're going to do, for our reinforcement, we're going to do her. And she's going to do the Bloodlust reinforcement. Yeah. So that would at least get me to a bit more resistances, right? Okay, before we got Kitty coming, let's quickly jump into our Belial and see if we can destroy him. By the way, chat, tomorrow, let me actually put this on a YouTube vote here. Oh wait, yeah, I can put it here. I still need to know, what should I play tomorrow? Is it Sork or is it Spiritborn? Because I haven't decided which one we're leveling tomorrow. Because today we're trying to finish the Druid to wrap it up, like to have it all done, right? And to then move over to the Spiritborn. Or Sork, because I don't know which one I want to play. Okay, that damage difference is significant, Chad. Holy, what happened? I mean, like, seriously, I wasn't able to kill tier 4 Belial before. Wait, Kitty, I need to kill Belial. No, it's fine. Like, we're fine. We have it. Like, we can get you invited. Okay, so what just happened? Where like, was that this much of a damage difference? Because you remember how we're standing at him and we're not doing that much. So did the overpower now do such a big number on everything? I mean, this was looking like we're doing 10 billion, right? No complaints, only happiness. Wow, Kitty, you got more Paragon points than me. Gamer detected. Gamer detected. EU, gamer alert. Yeah, that was a lot. I mean, we did already 6.5 billion damage without the bonus ranks. That means with the bonus ranks, what are we going to see for numbers, chat? What are we expecting? It might be that the Infernal Horde doesn't have enough HP to show me the damage, right? Because it might be that everything just dies before it does get reasonably damaged. Yeah. I don't expect to see like the max damage we can deal because everything just dies before. I mean, I just do see higher billions in general, so I think no matter how much the ceiling is now, like if we actually already have the double-digit billions going on, right, as a max, the good thing is that we have hired the average already, so we've gone like from that billion average over to having like 3, 4, 5 billion average. It's funny, though, how a little thing like more skill ranks is the big differentiator. I mean, this is not even that complicated to get, right? To get something with the pulverized ranks, you can roll into it. I mean, the hard part was getting like the greater affix to the attack speed. Okay, bursting mosses, exalted. Let's go. Whee! I'm a druid. I'm a Beyblade druid. Okay, after this, we'll definitely have to do like a pit 70 or something to see like to finally see some damage. It's a nice improvement. Also, it's intriguing because like these are the little details that matter when you're making builds, right? Where people oversee, because often you get the question like we had today where someone was asking, I only do a fraction of your damage, what's happening? Right? And it can be little things like, oh, do you have skill ranks to pulverize? Now, what I wonder, chat, is what's better? If I use the Harlequin Crest with 4 ranks to pulverize, or the Vasily's Prayer? But also, you know what I really wonder? How much better, how much more damage are you really getting with the Air of Perdition? Because the Air of Perdition is obviously like plus core skill ranks and also 60% damage multiplier, right? That's 2 things. Like you get core skills and you get the 60% damage multiplier. That's actually a huge difference, right? Jabil posted somewhere, !MOBA. Sorry, that's for Twitch. In the description of the YouTube video, you will always find the build planner. It's already flashed out with non-mythic version and everything, but I will have tomorrow morning the full build guide. So the full explanation video form with all the details and all the little things to look out for and how to level and everything together, right? For chest enchant, we are going for Insatiable Fury. Insatiable Fury has Yurzin Strength bonus, and if you temper that, your Yurzin Strength goes crazy. This will increase the overpowered damage, and that's really needed, because the higher your overpowered damage there for your puddles then, the higher the billions of damage you can potentially lance out are. I hate that we don't see how much ether we have. Katie, do you see the ether? Hey, maybe it's working. This would be interesting to know if it's working for Katie, but not for me. Salted Elite over Teeming Mosses. Teeming Mosses is useless. Are you planning to do the Hydra build? Yes, we're going to do Sork Hydra build, and we're going to do Spiritborn Thorns. I just don't know if we do Spiritborn Gorilla Thorns, Spiritborn Tiger Thorns, or Spiritborn Evade Thorns. I also don't know if I want to do Sork now before Spiritborn. I think Spiritborn is... like, Sork is really interesting to play, but Spiritborn might be a bit more tricky to get working, so it might be more interesting for people. But then again, there's still people that don't have the expansion, so they would prefer Sork. Mr. Madhouse, you watched 2 hours of Druid, you're gonna start one. I can only tell you from level 1 on Druid is fun. The most fun you have will start at level 15, because with level 15 you get the Spirit Boon, Gift of the Stag, and with Gift of the Stack and the Arcana Reactive Ooze, you will instantly have 0 resource issues. I mean, right now I am restoring 55 resource per second, which is super funny. And then I have the Quox rune, which also depletes my resource to do that 100% super whooper, triple double clipper clapper hit, and it just works. Perdition is what you have on your Pulverize. Yes, Air of Perdition is obviously the crazy. I have an Air of Perdition. So it's not like I don't have one, but do you want to see the damage difference, guys? Like, I can pull out the Air of Perdition. What we're going to do now is for the next, like, Katie, I don't know how much time you have. We're going to do, like, 2 Infernal Hordes, maybe 3, that I have enough ether to actually that I have enough Opticite to masterwork some stuff. So that's kind of like the plan here right now, I'd say. And then we're going to masterwork some things up, and we'll see how much damage we actually do. Okay? Kapuzin, thank you for the 103 months, ladies and gentlemen. 103 months of support. 1 or 2 years of subscriptions. Mr. Kapuzin, welcome back. I hope life finds you good. Also, chat, has any one of you heard of Wuchang Fallen Feathers? Because I haven't heard about it recently. But I started watching some trailers and some previews and everything. It looks pretty good. For people that are interested in Souls games. Souls-esque games. Oh, these are all like pretty shitty what we're getting here. I really wonder how much we're actually having in ether right now. Wasn't your discovery queue today? Yeah, I think they're gonna be ramping up their marketing quite soon. I was actually reached out already for a key on release, but I was like, can I have a review key, please? And they were like, hey, do you want to have a release key? I was like, yeah, I want to, but you know what I really, really want to have? A review key. I haven't seen the ether counter. I saw it one single time. One single time. And after that, it was gone. My very first Helltide had an ether counter. And it was gone. Now, the funny part about playing the Druid with the puddles is you're actually pre-creating these puddles, right? And if then something comes and my puddles are still up, he's just going to walk into those puddles and I'm going to turn around, pulverize, and suddenly all the puddles that are already there are going to trigger and puddle. Okay, Ether Fiends explode. That should make for the easiest farm ever because we have a full Ether Fiend focused horde right now. See, like, this is just going to farm itself. We now had the Ether Fiend chance doubled as well. That'd be huge. Okay, Katie, just press the button. Sork's so weak. Sork keeps dying. Wahahahaha. Oh, it's a butcher. Get puddled. I almost died. I shouldn't be so harsh to judge. Too soon, chat. Too soon. Don't make fun of your teammates. You might die too. This is, by the way, the best farm for reputation. So a 10-wave Infernal Horde, if you're lucky, should give you 1 whole cache. And the caches from the reputation are actually insane. Like, they always drop a Ancestral Unique. They always drop a Greater Affix item. They're just big. Your teammate was trying to time. Excuses! Excuses! Sorry. It's not funny when your teammate dies, chat. Part of the experience. Hello, Mr. Etherlord. Get puddled. The only sad thing you could say about Pulverize right now is that Pulverize is not strong. It's the Rotten Lightbringer that's strong, right? Or it's the combination of Pulverize and Rotten Lightbringer that works hand in hand together. But it's like without the Rotten Lightbringer, you would never reach Torment 4. Then again, I guess that's what the game is supposed to be about, right? Give you big bonky items that do big bonky things. I mean, why else worry about getting big bonky items? I can't revive? Well, because we don't have more revives, Kitty. The Infernal Hordes, for some reason, have a limited amount of revives. This is still a remnant from their compatriots, like from the Infernal Horde season. I'm not sure if Infernal Hordes need a revive limit, but because I really don't know if that's the thing. Like, it's still literally left over from Season 5 when the Infernal Hordes were introduced. Season 5, the best season so far. But we had more Infernal Horde tiers, and Infernal Hordes were a challenging, fun experience. Still remember making tier 8 Infernal Horde builds, right, John? It was really cool. Oops. That finger. Anyone else have that happening too? I don't know what it is, but when I spam my 2 key, I always tend to hit Q, tab, R, F, D, in between. Maybe it's just me. The Surging Elite. Okay, that's it, Chan. This is going to be like a 200 ether wave that I would really like to see, but I don't because ether is not there. So we have a couple of event increasers. We have the Ether Fiends is doubled, which will like have the Ether Fiends spawn like there's no tomorrow. We get the bosses coming on top. So Lords, bosses, Fiends. It's looking good for us. Oh, that was an 8 billion hit, chat. We did it. 8 billion is nice to see. I think if I can do an 8 billion in the Infernal Horde, I could probably do a double digit, right? Oh, it would be so cool if we could do a double digit already. Hee 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 hee. Kitty, I'd like to rest you, but it's kind of hot. Wait another 10 seconds. I'll get you back. Hard old Druid. Hard old Druid. And you want to make Druid? I mean, like, if the last thing you do is want to make a Druid after watching the stream, then I guess I succeeded. Okay, Mr. Bossman, where are you? Roar. Go. Paddle. 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 Okay, I'm not taking the big chest. I'm only taking the opposite chest here. How much are we getting? I am sitting at... Oh, yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good. We like to see. We like to see. 672 ether. Oh, that's pretty sad. That's not really exciting. More ether. I mean, for a full like bad set of boons, I guess it's fine. Okay, which one do we upgrade first, guys? Do we get the Lightbringer up first? I guess. Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, the perfect temper for the casual gamer. Okay, let's get the Pulverize ranks up to 5. Because I'm not going to be bothering with more. That is 5 ranks, brings it up. So yeah, what we were considering, chat, is what if we get the where is it? Air. Now there's my Air of Perdition, right? So Air of Perdition is 2 to core skills, which is a lot, and that is then more to Pulverize as well, and then another 60%. So that should be huge ask. That reminds me, we have 3 more Resplendent Sparks. I can take this one. Okay. I'm not crafting Mythic Uniques, chat. I'm just getting the caches here randomly. Okay, what are we expecting? Starless. And Nameless. Ah! No survivors. Oh, that even had a resource generator. That's not bad. That's not tax speed. That's like, you know, not bad. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's kind of good. Kind of good. Kind of good. I could max out the build now. Okay, that's cool. Okay, we could kind of max out the build if we wanted to. And before you ask, yes, Shroud of the False Death is better than the Urzen strength bonus from this one, even with the 5 ranks to werebear skill. So, like, right, even to get it, like, the Pulverize sub. Shroud is just great. Might play the Ring of Starless over Pulverize aspect, right? Yeah, you actually play that over the Pulverize aspect because that's, like, it's a good damage boost, but the Starless is giving you, like, the core skills and the 50% boost and the 26.6% attack speed. So it's actually pretty nice. We will definitely want to put on every single item to see like the maximum of damage we're dealing. By the way, Katie, I'm going to come in a second. I just quickly want to see if I can do 10 billion damage on a puppet. Oh wait, Katie left my team. Wait, when did Katie leave my team? What happened? Katie! Boss. Okay, 8 billion. Not the double digits. 9 chat. 9. Okay. No. I'm gonna do one more horde, Katie. One more horde. Okay, we're not at the double digits yet. We're not happy. We need more. Double digits. I need Air of Perdition. Yeah, I can put on the air to get the final damage, so that's not the problem, right? There's no issue getting that damage. But I obviously wanted to achieve it without packing the mythic in. Might not be possible. I mean, we still need to upgrade our gloves to the final rank to hope that we hit with the gloves the core skills another time. Maybe a big damage boost. I was like, I like to reach the maximum damage without perfecting everything because that's what you're doing, right, Chad? So like if I compare this to the casual player is not going to have the triple masterworks and everything. So I try to max out a character as casual as possible and I kind of want to see like how far can I take that. So I wanted to have the double-digit billions today, but without like raid residing to the perfect items and everything and all that kind of stuff. Because that would be cool if you still get like already 10 billion damage while pretty much having the equipment that everyone could feasibly find. My Paragon 220 without one mythic. Well, did you get yourself a 200 Betrayer Husks? Because I have 200 Betrayer Husks, sir. That I got from someone who ethically sources these Betrayer Husks, obviously, from, like, you know? Wing, wing. So unless you have 200 Betrayer Husks, I wouldn't wonder why you don't have, like, any mythics. That's the secret sauce. I mean, I hate to say that. And you will probably find not a single streamer who did not totally trade with someone in game who totally has all these Betrayer Husks with totally legit means, right? And obviously we all have so many Betrayer Husks because we farmed them ourselves. Can someone help me get to level 60, please? No, sir. If you're new to the game, no one can help you to get to level 60. This is your test of resolve and strength. If you don't even make it to level 60, like being level 60 will make it even less convenient for you, because then you have to jump into the Torment tiers, and then you have to understand how to jump into the Torment tiers, and you have to go through the progression. I mean, level 60 you better reach alone, sir. Because otherwise, why even play the game? I need to remove that. I need to change these for the Infernal Horde. Could you just, like, you need to put that here. So oh my goodness, why would you not do that? Why would you not swap that for me? Because I'm in bear form? Is he not swapping it because I'm in bear form? I need to swap this for the Infernal Horde, or my arm is going to start hurting. I don't like that. Ow. I mean, seriously. Get me out of that bear form. It's too much spam. Oh, can't my friend not invite, like, I can't invite her. I can't invite her. Okay. Thank you for swapping that. Because now I can hold down my right mouse button. I'm trying to play as much as possible without using my left arm, because my left arm doesn't like to be used too much. Call it a chronic issue. Right now I can play the game solely with my mouse, which is amazing. Alright, I can hold down the left mouse button and spam the right mouse button. This cuts down a bit on the casting time for the Pulverize. So when I cast the Pulverize the most efficient, then I obviously need to use the 2 button. But I think for Infernal Hordes, I can get away with it. Have you tried controller? No, I don't like playing with controller. It also does not alleviate my arm issues. Very much. Katie in. Lord's in as well. Even though Lord's is terrible this season. Why is Lord's terrible this season, guys? Because the Ether Lords don't actually give you a reputation. So it's like the worst boon to pick. You know what I'm looking forward the most in the Infernal Horde season, Chad? All the videos about optimal boons and banes to pick. The boons and bane tier list, Chad. Now you know how it is? These are the S tier boons. These are the F tier boons. Don't you pick that boon, it's bad. Are you stupid? Why are you stealing the secret farm strategy? I mean, I'm not sure what's going to happen with Infernal Hordes, but it's going to be something. We'll see. Is Hydrosaur also using Lightning Spear? Oh, we get away with no Lightning Spear once in a while. Oh, teaming Masas, double Lords. Let's go. No more Spires, that would be great. Yeah, I hope Blizzard understands that Soul Spires is just a failed concept. Like, I mean, maybe if you're playing with a team, Soul Spires could be something, like, because one can always stand in a Soul Spire while the other 3 people are running around. But that's like, they're just literally bearable in team combat, but otherwise they're not. But even then, you just never take a Soul Spire boon and bane. Like, they're a whole boon and bane system that's just cluttering the actual stuff that you'll never want to interact with. So I do genuinely hope that they'll vanish, or they'll find a way to somehow make it worth it, but I don't think, you know? But yeah, I hope there's not someone with too much ego that wants, like, no, the Soulspire concept was S tier. It wasn't. It will never be S tier. You suck. Right? No hurt feelings, please. Never want to be mean to the devs. Just saying. Now, when we say something is bad, we're not saying the dev is bad. We're saying the idea was bad. This is not a personal thing, right, Chad? I mean, if an idea doesn't work out, it turns out to be terrible. That doesn't mean that you suck as a developer. It just means go back to the drawing board and try again, please. I mean, you should have heard Brandon Green. So who knows who Brandon Green is, Chad? You know who Brandon Green is? So he's the creative mind behind PUBG, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, known as PlayerUnknown. Okay, so he's the mind behind that. So the thing about Brandon Green is, the man might have had a good idea about PUBG, but also there's something in PUBG called a red zone. So for the people that don't know PUBG, it's the battle royale shooter game, right, where you try to survive. And then they decided to introduce a unique and amazing feature from day one on. It's called a red zone. The red zone appears on a map, relatively big, and it shoots random mortar from the sky that might one-shot you and kill you. And it's completely random and RNG. So from day one on, from ever, like, right, you literally told the person, like, so this is terrible. This is a terrible mechanic. But for some reason, the creative director, the creative lead, the guy with the idea behind everything, right, had the opinion that this is what makes the game unique. It's a unique feature. And he's not wrong that it's a unique feature, but that can still mean that a unique feature actually sucks. And to this day, the red zone is actually still in the game. Despite being arguably one of the worst parts of PUBG that does nothing to the game. You know? It does nothing for the game. It only makes the game worse. But for some reason, it's still in, because obviously the vision, chat. To say it with the words of Grinding Gear Games. But yeah, that's where we're saying sometimes that an idea is just bad, and telling you that an idea is bad is no personal attack. The thing is that Mr. Brandon Green was at many conventions, okay? Many conventions, talking about PUBG. And he's been actually asked multiple times by people, by reporters, by the community, like direct to their face, like, why is the red zone still in? And the man every single time is miffed when we ask him that. When I was hoping when Brandon Green left PUBG as lead creative developer that we finally would get rid of the red zone, but it seems to be no. Sadly not. But yeah, that about game mechanics, which are objectively very bad and everyone knows it, but for some reason still stay in a game. And just simply don't leave a game. That was my random rant about the red zone in PUBG, by the way. Thank you for listening. It happens once per year, but I'm still flabbergasted about it. I'll save you, Katie. Need to add flame shield. Okay. Wow, we haven't seen a single Hellborn now into Infernal Hordes. Chat. I would know if we had seen a Hellborn. Not a single one. That's crazy. Hey, but at least we got 3 Soul Spires. Huh? Huh, Chad? No? No takers? No one happy about 3 Soul Spires in a row? Oh, that's weird. Why wouldn't you? Katie, if I arrest you, I die as well. I'm I'm actually very fragile. The only reason I'm alive is because I do more damage than I take. Right? You gotta keep one-hitting everything so we don't die. Kitty back. One thing I hated that when you're at vendors, it grays out all others. You can't see you have to leave vendor if you just want to check. I see what you're saying. Yes. A minor thing, but still a thing. Recently, I've been just spamming too much and actually been resource starved. What is the best sork? Hydra sork. Hydra sork. Hydra sork. Farming gold without trading. There is no good way. There is just simply no good way. Like, there's only, like, yeah, sure, you can, but there is no, like, good way. Okay, let's get the gloves. Core skilled. Pulverize. Pulverize. No, well, the attack speed is actually a good one, too. Right? Okay, we had all the pieces masterwork. Now I need to do my... I need to check the... Thank you, Katie. The pits. How much damage are we gonna have, like, outgoing chan? The problem is that against Belial, it's hard to see, like, the damage. I mean, it just feels good right now with the changes we did, right? Everything just falling over. Oh my, my power is still on 2. I forgot to swap my power with me, chat. If I get my essence glyph further leveled up, we could have our overpower go crazy. What are your temperers? We have pulverized size, we have grizzly cooldown, we have overpower damage. Okay, we're gonna masterwork the Earth Petition a bit to just see, like, how much damage we could weasel out of this. We also still have to get our final rune up to 40, Chad. Because that's something we're missing. Have the final rune to 40. Okay, a 70 in 3 minutes. That feels good. In 3 minutes while not activating our Arcana power the whole time because we sadly put it on the wrong button. $50 million from Astaroth. Yeah, you get a lot from Astaroth, but also an escalating nightmare takes a while, so that's understandable. Good. Final glyph. Nothing good. That's willpower, greater affix, and attack speed. I mean, you could technically roll for these for Pulverize as well. Druid or Necro so far? I'll always enjoy Necro the most. Necro is just brilliance galore. Oh, you know what? Let me drink the potion. Here, advanced elixir. Druid is super fun because I'm just a Pulverize lover. But Necro is just the vibe. Hit 75 is what you need to be able to do to finish the seasonal journey, right, chat? Did I just walk into a poison puddle? I just walked into a poison puddle. You know, the crazy part is that when you actually put multiple poison puddles down, that the damage is like you know, the damage you're dealing is just all these poison puddles damaging out. There's a 9 billion hit. We're just so close to... Right, you're like pretty much, you're just waltzing forward and then like you turn around and all these poison puddles, you just poison puddle everyone. So like you actually natively profit from kiting, right? Because you waltz around and then you turn and then you actually hit close to this and it goes just bonkers. Almost perfectly just made for the pit. I'm still a bit unhappy with the resource situation, but I don't know how to fix it, Chan. What do you think about a damage chart after the dungeon was cleared? I mean, it wouldn't hurt. It's not necessary, but I would also not mind. Problem is I don't know what else to do about the resource situation than what we're doing right now. We get the reactive ooze, we get the bonus resource from our Arcana. And if I get the Shroud of False Death, that would be also bonus resource, right? That's not bad, but still. Chance to restore a weapon. My weapon is a unique weapon, so not possible. And chance to restore is not possible on this skill because it's such a low chance. I mean, I am sitting at... Oh, what is it? 29%. That's a bit of a problem. A bit of a problem. Okay, 75 also at the speed of a 70 pretty much. Actually nice. Oh, I 10.6 billion, chat. We did it. Finally, ladies and gentlemen. The double digits without the mythical items. That's nice. I mean, I can see now how, though, the mythical items just really bring your damage up. Because the Ring of Starless is like core skills and bonus damage. Where the Air of Perdition is also, again, bonus damage and ranks to core skills. So that's kind of crazy. How much gold do you have? 2 billion gold right now. I traded an item for 3 billion gold. That has helped a lot. Actually 4 billion because I bought for that 1 billion Betrayer's Husk. And it was just a simple 2 greater affix ring. People pay that much for stuff, chan. Okay, we can level it up, and then I can also level up the essence a bit further. Is best build for Necro Bloodwave? No, you have a Blight build that we have uploaded already, and you have an Archmage build, also very strong. Okay, where's the Air Perdition? Just see how much the damage goes up. Oh, masterworking. Sadly, it's a bad Air of Perdition. Okay. See the big difference. I lose some all damage, which is obviously something you notice.
Fashion this into something exquisite.
Okay. So 3 more ranks multiplies our pulverize up. So that is now sitting at 405%. It was sitting at 340% before. Let's see how much of a difference that's going to make. And we're expecting to see the double digits now more likely. Okay, Chad. Oh, 15 and 17 billion. Okay. Yeah. Cool. So from like seeing 8 and 9 to like that's almost double what we've had before. Kind of makes me want to masterwork that that ring too. Is this good from hardcore? Oh yeah, this is definitely going to be good for hardcore. I mean, I haven't died with a druid at all unless I died at Belial because I tried to kill him when I didn't have resistances, life, or damage. So build is extremely tanky, very, very good to play. Much survival, many damage reduction. And I haven't even taken all the damage reduction you can, so you can even take more damage reduction. So chat, what was it? We just finished the 75 pit in, and what was it, 4 minutes or so? And we're now going for a 3-minute clear after we put in the Air of Perdition. That's kind of nice, not gonna lie. Okay, so we're gonna masterwork the Ring of Starless too, just to see, right? I don't expect this tremendous damage gain from the Ring of Starless Skies in comparison to the Air of Perdition, because the Ring of Starless Skies is replacing an aspect. So that's the big difference. Like right now, we just replaced the defensive aspect. We replaced a... Definitely get less tanky through using air. Why? Because we lost defensive posture. Defensive posture was giving us more damage reduction. So I feel that. Yeah, effectively taking bigger boings now. Causes for the essence problem. No, we don't have an essence problem. The essence problem only exists because we're using the Quox rune. So the Quox rune is to the Quox rune depletes all your resource to get like 100% super damage hit. And that's where the, in quotation marks, essence problem stems from. Seeing those double-digit billions makes happy. Like, it's crazy, but I think one hit is partially hitting for like 8 instances of like 5 to 8 billion damage. Right? Just nasty. Because you're hitting and then it goes like splurge. Right? Okay, Starless. Starless.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What you need?
4 skills. Thank you. Oh no. Oh no, I need more. Oh no. Okay, core skills instead of the resistance to elements ring. Oh, I'm down to 5,000 life. That's not really a lot. Okay, let's just see how much damage there is coming out. Sad how few life gameplay we're kind of going for now. Okay. World boss. I really don't want to go. Let's just go to Belial for a jiffy. I don't want to go to the world boss. Don't make me. I found world bosses boring. Sorry if AK still getting one shot. Well, you just need more damage reduction, sir. Oh, family. Wait, let's quit. Let's do this quickly. I'll be right back. Okay. What do you think, Jack? Can we see the 20 billion now? So we have proven double-digit billions without perfect gear and without perfect masterworks, right? But if you then want to scale further, you kind of need to do more. The weapon you're using to scale overpower damage, does it just do normal poison? The Run Bringer does poison, but it does poison that overpowers. But that's not really correct. So, oh, at 26 billion. Whoa. Did it, chat? Okay, these last two items were a massive damage increase. Right? But we're just way more squishy now. Massive damage increase. Oh my goodness, but the squishiness is real. Only having 8,000 life isn't really helpful. And not having the Grizzly Rage is also less damage reduction. Yeah, like we're taking tons. The problem is that with the if you don't play the aspect of Aftershock, you actually need to walk into your enemies to a degree. Right? Dude, I just see 20 billion regularly there. I don't get how the poison isn't dot. Ah, the puddle is poison dot. Okay, so I see the confusion. What's happening here right now is you put a poison puddle down. The poison puddle is poison dot damage. But if you hit next to the puddle, then your pulverize will cause these poison blips to go out, and they're not dots. They're overpower hits. Okay? So you hit into the puddle splashes out, but the splash itself is an overpower. That is not a dot. And that overpower is though 60% of the total damage the puddle would have dealt. So if you now do a massive overpower pulverize, and that massive overpower pulverize gets then splashed outwards, and does continue and does these big overpowered damages. That's how it works. That's where the damage is coming together. That's also why we're scaling Pulverize so high. So you're not actually scaling Pulverize so high that Pulverize itself deals so much damage, but technically that Pulverize itself does so much damage. But your Pulverize is supposed to make the biggest damaging pool of poop he can. And when Pulverize did that, then you're good to go, right? Then the pool can splash out to deal these massive damages. So that's kind of like what you want. But we need to swap some skill points around to be more defensive, because this is like this is sad. I need to see if my pool has a bit more damage reduction, or what else I would swap around. Because not having the Vasily Sprayer definitely scooped a ton of my tankiness up. Right? Damn, son. Wasn't aware how much tankiness that would take away from me. Like, seriously. Done with Dune Awakening. Right now, I have done everything you can do in Dune Awakening, my friend. So I have built the large spice refinery. I have divin deep into the deep desert. I have almost every single blueprint. I still need to craft some Mark 6 gear, right? But all in all, like the actual good, interesting content that you can cover, I have covered and I have done myself. So not much left to do right now. Then actually wait for cool patches, and then wait for new content they might be throwing our way. Okay, that's great. This is an area where infinite backtracking exists. Yep. See how the boss is faring now. So I'll have to sit down tonight, chat, before I make the build guide and think about the survivability issue. Because I don't think you all want to struggle, right? I think you lads just want to survive and have the most amount of fun possible. The damage is nasty, though. I kind of wanted to see like how this would now look with like perfect masterworks and everything. I mean, definitely you can just get your glyphs up to 60 now. I mean, I'm currently doing a tier 80. So tier 80 with tons of time spare. I think I could do 85. I could probably do 90, so I could get all my glyphs up to 70 at least, easily. And that was a pretty speed through. So what would you do now for more defense, chat? I'm taking ideas. Raise your arm if you have something to say. Don't raise your arm if you don't have something to say. We could get a greater affix on T-Bolt's Will for damage reduction while unstoppable. So that, we could also masterwork the damage reduction while unstoppable. So that's something, because we're permanently unstoppable. Let's see. Paragon board. Have you done Rogue? Not yet, but we will. Damage reduction. Okay, where do we have damage reduction? Nowhere. That's great. Hey, chat, where do we have... Oh, no, there's some damage reduction from poison enemies, I guess. And we have the damage reduction taken here. Fortified damage reduction while fortified. So we are fortified. Weird damage reduction. I guess damage reduction from poison enemies, like to 1 point in, but that's about it. I guess I should make my way towards the life nodes, right? So is that what I have to do now, chat? Just to weasel out, like here, I take the maximum life. I could actually move my way towards this for maximum life and total armor. So that would be 8%. That's for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points. That would be something. We get the maximum life here, but that's only 4%. I mean, we could... Yeah, I guess, like, making your way to take this and then put, like, the last 2 points in there. That would probably be it. But we leveled up Outmatch. Outmatch, we can take away a lot of points now. Get the 50 maximum life there. See, get another 8%, and suddenly we're sitting at 6k, and in bear form, that's 10k plus. I guess that's a good change. That should help, like, a lot already, to not just feel like you're getting hurt. We also lost... no, we actually lost armor. Oh, I forgot. We lost armor. Yeah, that makes sense where some of our tankiness went. What if we're just looking for the... Yeah, my armor is not capped. I mean, in bear form, we go up to 882, but still this 120 missing is significant. Nothing a greater affix item couldn't fix. No, actually, like, we can take the total armor Paragon point there, and then we have that fixed. So, like, there was this Paragon point for the total armor, so we could just take that one, and then we have it fixed, right? No, my pens is T-Bolt's Will. We can't temper armor. I just literally need to just go take the total armor from the Paragon board. And then we're good to go. 100 armor from Rahir. No, Rahir's already responsible for our resistances because we're not resistanced out. Chad, seriously, do you expect me to be resistanced out? And if I wanted to be safer and still deal massive damage, I would just take Vasili's Prayer over the Air of Perdition. But I could probably just move the skill points over as well. So let's actually, we can check skill in a second. 33 billion, chat. Damn. So not the 40 billion yet. We're not really, like, he's not really being hit by poison puddles. Freestanding. So this is a pit 85, by the way. And we're still not feeling like this is in any way complicated. It's actually kind of cool. I mean, like, this has been a very amazing journey with a druid, because I didn't need to get a single perfect masterwork or anything, right? I mean, the only really good masterwork I have is like a double for Pulverize hit twice. My Rotten Lightbringer is not, like, has 600%, so that helps, right? So Druid definitely an S tier experience this time. Like you're not having like any struggles that you really big time feel. Just enjoying yourself. Did you use instances? You could use instances, but I just refuse to accept that instances are a way to finish your character, right? Don't forget when you like in the time where Death Trap Rogue was popular, Chad. If you told people that they would have to drink a potion for more maximum resource, they already lost their noodles. So now you're telling me to tell people that they're supposed to take instances for resistance and armor when they already didn't want to take it for resource. You're expecting too much from people. They want to press one button and everything is supposed to die. I mean, listen. Chad, listen. If you're making Path of Exile a build that uses more than one button, maximum 2 buttons, you already failed, okay? If it ain't a 1-button build, they don't want it. They're like, what? 3 skills for a combination? What do you want me to get? Like RSI? Like straight away? Want me to like an aneurysm? The damage is crazy, especially when you do like 20 billion with a puddle, right? And the puddle, just like, again, the puddle hits like, one puddle hits 10 times or so. And you just see like, if we would slow this down, the amount of damage we'd actually see is crazy. Okay, we get our glyph up to 66 already, and dominate also up to 50. There's so much more damage you could weasel out with this, right? Because we're sitting at 2 and 4,000, right? When we're in bear form around. Oh man, there's so much more damage. If you want to get into ARPGs, Diablo is definitely the better game. Path of Exile, I think, is if you are already into ARPGs. Personal opinion that you're allowed to disagree with, but you're wrong if you disagree, obviously. Right? Right? Oh, we got the Rabbit Bear fully upgraded, chat. Look at this. Damn. Son. So to our 30 million damage, we now have it to 117% maxed out. Damn. Nice, 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 nice. So what can we do in a skill tree damage reduction wise though? Because that's what we haven't actually checked out. So we're going to go for damage reduction here. We could increase the amount of fortify you gain from all sources, and you gain 3% damage reduction while fortified. We could put 3 points in there, but we would have to weasel them out. I mean, you could technically put points into debilitating roar that you deal increased damage while roar is active. I mean, you could actually put the points in anyways, right? Into the roar. Does the passive from the Cyclone armor still work when you're in bear form? Good question, Ryan. I mean, we could try to get more ranks into Iron Fur here. Technically, we could generally put points in here because I don't actually have points put into Iron Fur. John? So the easiest way how I could get damage reduction would probably be to remove Nature's Reach. Circle of Life. We could put the points off Resonance because we don't have Storm and Earth skilled. So this is just a 6% bonus damage. So technically you could remove Resonance if you wanted to because it's just 6% bonus damage. And I mean, we did remove Quick Shift because Quick Shift is like not really worth it. Because we're not going to retain the bonus. And you could just put it in here. So that would be another like 8% damage reduction. Not bad. Pulverize 21 ranks. Yeah, what's your problem? You get 5 ranks from Insatiable Fury. We have 3 ranks from Air of Perdition, 3 ranks from here, and you have another 5 ranks from the Pulverize itself here. That's 10, 16 plus. And that's not even max, because if this would be a greater affix, it would be +5, so another 2. This would be greater affix, would be another +2. And if this would be a greater affix, it would be another +2. So you would get another 6 more, and then potentially sit at 27 ranks. Yep, that's that. I could get more life by putting more points into mending if I wanted to, right? But otherwise, and we could do Catastrophe still for some more damage to the Grizzly Rage, but that's just 8 seconds, and we don't do Grizzly Rage every 8 seconds, so it's kind of useless. Yeah, I'm somewhat fine with the weight. Like, to actually put the points in here could be nice. I mean, we could pull this out to get the 20%, 25% more damage while Debilitating Roar is active, so that gives us at least for some more seconds, some more damage. But then again, that's also only 4 seconds right on the Roar. It's not really worth it. Maybe better to put the points into Catastrophe. Is it still bugged? Yes. Good chat. I think this is looking nice. We'll be ending the stream now. I'll be preparing the guide for tomorrow. I'll put up a vote later on YouTube in the comment section about what we should play. I'm not sure if it's Sork or Spiritborn, but tomorrow it's going to be Sork or Spiritborn. But before we do that, you obviously get the full build guide for the Druid. I'm done for now. Thank you for coming and watching. I hope you had a fantastic time. I did have a fantastic time. I mean, it's so good to actually max out the Druid. We have cleared pit 85 with plenty to spare, so I can definitely do pit 90. I think I could do pit 95 so far with this setup. I don't think I can do pit 100 yet, right? But already being able to do pit 90 without, like, yeah, that's pretty impressive. I'm really happy about this. So thank you very much for coming and watching. I will think about a way to get more resource, because I'm still not 100% happy with the resource we're gaining. Kind of feel like we need something more to get this back, to have more influence on the Quox rune. My runes are also shit. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm gone. Goodbye. Love to see you tomorrow again, hopefully. Until then, take care. And I can't end the stream. That's good. Okay, well, didn't want to end the stream anyways, chat. I'm still here. Hi, not goodbye. Greetings, welcome. I need to refresh that connection. Because my mouse is being shared, but my mouse is not doing anything. Okay, cool. So the only way how I can end the stream is to alt F4 it. Fantastic, chat. This is the problem with mouse sharing tools. They work. But not always. Sometimes they also don't work. Nope, still not. Cool. It's definitely okay. Okay, this is hello test. This is working. Interesting. So it's working, but it's not working. Okay, great. I think like that's exactly how you want it to be. Yeah. Good. Let me reconnect the mouse via cable now. Luckily, we have cabled. Okay. Luckily, that cable doesn't connect the mouse correctly. Cool. Fantastic. I guess the computer doesn't want to have a mouse input right now. Why easy when you can have a complicated chat? Right? Okay, I'll have to alt F4 this. Great. So thank you for coming. I'll alt F4 now. Appreciate it.